Chapter 632. The battle between martial powers was not about the number of people, but about the most powerful battle power. When Yu Qinyue and Long Xingyu were at the same level, even if there was a winner, it would not affect the overall situation. Once the battle between Yu Qinyue and Long Xingyu was decided, then both sides would be defeated immediately. Therefore, after Long Xingyu became a 4-star venerable and Yu Qinyue was injured by Long Xingyu, the Qingyu Empire was immediately defeated. They abandoned all their land and could only rely on the formation to defend the inner city of the imperial palace. Yixing learned about the events that had happened in the past half a year from Yu Qinyue, as well as the current situation, and left the Green Feather Empire. Although there were battles everywhere in the East God continent, the situation was still relatively stable. It was probably because Yixing was in the outer space, and no one knew whether he was alive or dead. Therefore, the Great Yuan dynasty did not invest too much in the battles in the East God continent. At the moment, they only invested heavily in the Blue Dragon Empire. However, once the news of Yixing returning from the outer space reached the Supreme King Meng Tai's ears, the situation would probably change. The Supreme King Meng Tai was determined to kill Yixing. Since Yixing was in the East God continent, and he was determined to kill Yixing, he would definitely increase the support of the powers in the East God continent. He might even send experts to kill Yixing directly. Although I have become a venerable, although I can fight above my realm, although I can transform into a dragon and become even more powerful, it is still not enough compared to the Great Yuan dynasty. Far from enough. Without the protection of the Dark Star sect, I don't even have the power to protect myself against the Great Yuan dynasty. I have to cultivate higher and stronger. Yixing thought silently. He did not feel complacent because his cultivation speed was much faster than others. Instead, he maintained a firm and pressing martial heart at all times. After leaving the Green Feather Empire, Yixing first teleported to the vicinity of the desolate mountain range. When the sky turned dark, Yixing used the Dark Yuan Qi to cover all of his aura, and headed towards the Falling Star sect in the desolate mountain range. Yixing's dark aura had already walked very far in the realm of being one with the world. Few astral-reaching realm experts could be compared to him. Using the Dark Yuan Qi to cover his tracks, even during the day, few tracking experts could track him. As for the night, even king-level experts could not track him. The Falling Star sect was Ye's weakness. In the dark of night, Yixing arrived at the Falling Star sect's location. The formations and restrictions here were all set up by Yixing. Yixing silently passed through the formations and entered the sect. It was still early in the night, and most people in the Falling Star sect were still awake. Yixing went to Hua Tianfeng's residence, which was still lit. Who? Hua Tianfeng's voice came from inside. Master, disciple Yixing has returned. Yixing stood outside the door and said respectfully. Yixing. Hua Tianfeng cried out in surprise. His surprised voice carried a trace of joy. Then, with a creak, the door opened. Hua Tianfeng looked at Yixing with eyes full of pleasant surprise. Yixing, is it really you? Hua Tianfeng grabbed Yixing's arm and said happily, I heard you took first place in the Heavenly Fate list in the Starry Sky Arena and killed all the geniuses of the Great Yuan dynasty. You obtained the fate of 100 Zhang Star Continent and obtained the qualifications to enter a mid-rank star continent. You finally returned from the Star Continent. Although the Falling Star sect lived in seclusion here, Yu Qinyue would always send news about Yixing. Yixing smiled faintly and said, N, disciple has returned. How is the Falling Star sect? Is everything alright? Everything is fine, everything is fine. Hua Tianfeng smiled happily and said, Since you're back, I'll go inform Sect Master Gu and the others and let them be happy. Not long after, Yixing met with Gu Tianshang, Lin Tongyu, and the other upper echelons. Yixing was the legend of the Falling Star sect. Everyone was happy to see Yixing return. After more than a year, Gu Tianshang and Lin Tongyu's cultivation had improved. Gu Tianshang had become a 3-star venerable and Lin Tongyu had broken through to the astral realm. That night, Yixing stayed at the Falling Star sect. In the room, Yixing waved his hand and dozens of interspatial rings appeared on the table in front of him. Among these interspatial rings, 2/3 were mid-rank and 1/3 were high rank. They were obtained from the disciples of the Celestial Palace, Dark Moon Palace, and Demon Ceiling Valley. There were also the interspatial rings of several venerables from the Blue Dragon Empire. These people had died at the hands of Yixing, so Yixing naturally took their interspatial rings. After obtaining these interspatial rings, Yixing was either busy comprehending martial arts in the Black Tortoise Jade Wall or rushing to the Cyan Feather Empire or the Falling Star Sect. Now that he finally had some free time, he naturally wanted to check the gains in these interspatial rings. The gains were enormous. The average 2-star forces collection couldn't compare to these gains. Yixing had obtained more than 20 profound weapons. Most of them were low-rank profound weapons, but there were a few mid-rank profound weapons that were worth a lot. For example, the Blazing Flame Spear from Xing Luyang, the Golden Feather Sword from Xing Liuyu, and the Dark Rune Gloves from Xian Yefeng were also mid-rank profound weapons. A mid-rank profound weapon was the most precious treasure of a 2-star force. Having one was already very good. A 2-star force that had 3 mid-rank profound weapons was probably only a high-rank empire. In addition to the large number of profound weapons, the star crystals in the dozens of interspatial rings were also a huge harvest. There were more than 10 million star crystals. Yixing counted the high-rank star crystals and found that there were more than 10,000 of them. As for the various materials, they were piled up like mountains. They were the largest in quantity. Refining materials, array formation materials, everything one could think of was there. Yixing found several pieces of profound grade mid-grade black gold. Unfortunately, Yixing's azure feather wings were already mid-rank profound level. Even after absorbing the black gold, it couldn't evolve to high-rank profound level. But Yixing still took out a piece of mid-rank profound level black gold and refined it into the azure feather wings. It made the azure feather wings great among the mid-rank profound weapons and its flying speed increased. Yixing wanted to find some martial arts manuals, preferably profound level ones. But to his disappointment, there were none in the interspatial rings. It seemed that even the sects in the Starry Crescent land were very strict about martial arts manuals. Yixing exclaimed. He found a manual in an upper-rank interspatial ring. Burning Blood Skill. Is this Xing Liuyu's interspatial ring? Yixing took out the Burning Blood skill and flipped it open. The effect was the same as the secret skill that Xing Liuyu had used. It is indeed Xing Liuyu's item. The other disciples of Xingxiang Palace didn't use the Burning Blood skill. Only Xing Liuyu used it. It seems that this is not a secret skill of Xingxiang Palace. Xing Liuyu must have found it during his exploration and kept it with him. Chapter 633. The blazing blood art could obtain great power by burning one's blood. The stronger the bloodline, the more power one would obtain. However, there was a limit to the amount of blood in one's body. If one's blood ran out, they would be dead. Therefore, the blazing blood art could only last for a certain period of time. Moreover, after using the blazing blood art, one's body would be weakened. The more blood one burned, the weaker one's body would be. Only when one's body started to produce blood and the blood in one's body reached a normal state would one be able to recover. Although the side effects are great, the effect is very strong. The power obtained by burning one's blood is terrifying. My strength will increase tremendously and I can kill experts stronger than myself. My blood used to be very ordinary. Even if I used the blazing blood art, it wouldn't increase my strength by much. However, it's different now. I have refined the Divine Dragon's blood essence and possess the Divine Dragon's bloodline. The power obtained by using the blazing blood art might be stronger than the Starflow feather. Yixing thought to himself. He was very satisfied with the blazing blood art. Yixing refined all the upper-grade storage rings and put away the blazing blood art. He didn't plan to stay here for long. Now wasn't the time to cultivate. Before dawn, Yixing went to Hua Tianfeng's residence. He sorted out some herbs and elixirs overnight and gave them to Hua Tianfeng. These would be useful for the development of the Falling Star sect. Then, Yixing left the Falling Star sect while the sky was dark. When dawn broke, he had already crossed the barbaric mountain range and was about to reach the true Xian region. Yixing gathered the wind yuan qi and flew rapidly in the sky. Although he didn't push his speed to the limit, it was still extremely fast. Yixing flew more than 1,000,000 miles in a day. Before dusk, Yixing arrived at the old site of the Falling Star sect in the Qingyun region. There's someone here. Yixing was surprised when he was above the old site of the Falling Star sect. He hid in the clouds and looked into the distance. He scanned with his super brain and found a black-clothed man in the main hall of the Falling Star Peak. Yixing remembered this black-clothed man. He used to hide in the old site of the Spirit Moon sect. When he and Wei Qingxian went there, they were almost discovered by this man. Who would have thought that this person would actually move to the old site of the Falling Star sect? Back then, Yixing had only hurriedly scanned this person. Before he could see his specific cultivation level, this person had sensed it. Now that Yixing was a venerable one, his ability to hide his aura could not be compared to before. Moreover, the super brain had evolved to a stronger state. When it scanned the person could not sense it anymore. So, it's a 4-star venerable. However, this person's aura is even more surging than Meng Tsang's. His strength should be much more powerful. His cultivation must have reached the peak of the 4th level of astral reaching realm. His battle strength should be almost unrivaled in the same realm. Yixing scanned the man with his super brain and knew everything about him. Compared to the geniuses from the Starry Crescent land that Yixing had encountered in the extraterritorial Starland, this person's strength was only inferior to Feng Xiaoxiao, Xing Liuyu, Feng Xiong, and the other 5-star venerables. He was much stronger than everyone else. Moreover, compared to Xing Liuyu, this person's strength was not far off. As long as he took a small step forward, his strength would reach the level of a 5-star venerable. Yixing said inwardly, this person's strength is very strong. However, for the current me, it's nothing. Apart from this black-robed man, there were other things here. Outside the Falling Star Valley, there were several surveillance and defensive formations. They were all ordinary grade 4 formations. If Yixing wanted to enter the Falling Star Valley, he would have to destroy these formations. Presumably, these formations were set up by this black-robed man. As the master of the formation, he would be able to sense Yixing entering the Falling Star Valley immediately. Setting up the formations outside the Falling Star Valley obviously meant that he had discovered the Falling Star secret realm and guessed that I might return. Therefore, he set up a blockade here. It seems that if I want to enter the Star Palace, I'll have to get rid of you first. Yixing revealed himself and descended from the sky. Since it was impossible to sneak into the Falling Star Valley secretly, he would barge in openly. Yixing revealed himself and his aura leaked out. The black-robed man on the Falling Star Peak immediately sensed it and left the main hall in a flash. As soon as Yixing arrived outside the Falling Star Valley, the black-robed man appeared in front of him. His eyes were like hooks as he stared coldly at Yixing. The black-robed man looked to be around 30 years old. As a venerable one, his real age might be 60 or 70 years old. His face was slightly pale as if it was caused by malnutrition. As a venerable one, he definitely would not be malnourished. It should be caused by cultivating some kind of martial arts. The black-robed man looked at Yixing and Yixing looked back at him. Their eyes met and they stared at each other for a few breaths' time. You're Yixing. The black-robed man frowned slightly. It was obvious that even he did not believe this judgment. Yixing shook his head. The other party was from the Great Yuan dynasty. Yixing should hide his identity as much as possible. Regardless of whether the other party's guess was right or not, at least he should not expose himself. The black-robed man did not believe Yixing's denial. He said, although I find it hard to believe that you've stepped into the Venerable One realm at such a young age, but only a martial artist from the Falling Star sect would come here and know that there's a secret space here. Only you, Yi Xing, can become a venerable one in the Falling Star sect. The more the black-robed man spoke, the more certain his tone became. Your aura is full of vitality, which means that you're very young. You've obviously disguised your appearance, which makes you look old. This secret space can't even be cracked by the kings of the Meng royal family. It's obviously extraordinary. The Falling Star sect is just a one-star sect, so they definitely haven't fully developed this secret space. So, Yi Xing, one day, you'll return to the Falling Star sect and enter this secret space again. Am I right? Yi Xing smiled faintly and said, no matter who I am, I want to enter the valley. Since you're going to stop me, then I can only kill you. Whoosh, in an instant, a ray of starlight shot into the sky. Yi Xing had used his astrology. Kill me? You've just become a venerable one and you're already so arrogant. Before the black-robed man could finish his words, his expression changed. His surroundings suddenly turned pitch black. Yi Xing had used the black hole astrology to plunge his opponent into a world of darkness. This person was extremely strong. If he did not dragonize, it would be difficult to deal with him. He could only rely on the black hole astrology to defeat him. Whoosh, the black-robed man's reaction was extremely fast. When his expression changed, he also used his astrology. It was the superior ominous star, Tualuo star. His face suddenly became even paler, revealing a gloomy aura. He wore a pair of black gloves on his hands. The gloves' 5 fingers had sharp claws that were extremely sharp. Yi Xing was far away. He took out the earth profound bow and drew it. Earth energy condensed into an earthy yellow arrow. Dark wind fire arrow formula. Yi Xing used the archery technique he had comprehended from the black tortoise jade wall. Chapter 634. Fire and wind elemental energy gathered on the khaki-colored arrow in an instant. The wind elemental energy aided the fire, and the power was extremely terrifying. However, within the wind and fire yuan qi, there was also dark yuan qi. It covered the aura of the violent power and it was silent. Whoosh, suddenly, another ray of starlight shot into the sky and turned into a huge starlight bow. The use of the Sagittarius constellation increased the power of the arrow and reached the limit. At this moment, the black-clothed man shouted and pounced towards Yi Xing. He waved his hand and a few green claw lights appeared. They were obviously poisonous. This person's sensing power was extremely sensitive. Through the moment when Yi Xing used the Sagittarius constellation's star power undulations, he was able to lock onto Yi Xing's position. In the world of darkness, he did not have any fear or panic. At the same time, the Yuan Qi arrow on the earth mysterious bow also left the bowstring and shot towards the black-clothed man. The Yuan Qi arrow turned in the air and changed direction. In the blink of an eye, it changed direction 6 times. Although the black-clothed man could not see the arrow in the world of darkness and could not sense the existence of the arrow because of the obstruction of the dark Yuan Qi, he could feel the danger that the arrow brought to him. The black-clothed man raised his other hand high. Wherever the danger came from, he grabbed in that direction to block the arrow. In the blink of an eye, the black-clothed man's palm changed direction 5 times. His reaction was extremely fast. Unfortunately, Yi Xing's arrow changed direction 6 times and the black-clothed man still could not catch it. Puff! The Yuan Qi arrow shot past the black-clothed man's palm and into his head. The terrifying power exploded in his head and destroyed his mind. The black-clothed man fell to the ground and was killed by an arrow. Yi Xing's figure split and dodged the incoming claw lights. His figure reappeared in front of the black-clothed man's corpse. The dark wind fire arrow formula is truly formidable and impossible to defend against. This person's reaction speed is definitely the fastest and most sensitive among all the martial artists I've killed. He can't see the arrow nor can he sense the arrow, but he can accurately defend himself according to the danger he feels in his heart. If I were to transform into a dragon, it would be very difficult to kill him without using dragon martial arts. Yi Xing thought. After testing the dark wind fire arrow spell for the first time, he was very satisfied. Putting away the astrology, he grabbed the storage ring of the black-robed man with a wave of his hand. After that, Yixing activated his fire elemental energy and used his fire elemental energy to burn the black-robed man to ashes. The normal rank 4 formations outside of the Starfall Valley were nothing to Yixing. Yixing easily destroyed them. After entering the Starfall Valley, Yixing took out the Starfall token and connected it to the Starfall Hall. A ray of light enveloped his body, and he disappeared with a whoosh. Yixing appeared on the first floor of the Star Palace and started the Astral Reaching Realm trial. Huh? Yixing, you've entered the Astral Reaching Realm so quickly. The moment Yixing entered the Star Palace, Mr. Pimp sensed him and his voice resounded in the Star Palace. Yixing faintly nodded and said, I encountered some good fortune in the outer region. Otherwise, I wouldn't be this fast. Very good, very good. Your cultivation has improved by leaps and bounds. Among all the geniuses I've seen, you're not the youngest to enter the Astral Reaching Realm. However, you've taken the least time to go from the Astral Reaching Realm. If you can maintain this momentum on the road of martial arts, you'll be able to become a Star Ocean Realm King in a few years and completely obtain the Star Palace. Mr. Pimp's voice was heard. He sounded very happy. Yixing said, I'll do my best. Alright, let's start the trial. The Astral Reaching Realm's trial rewards are the same as the Astral Reaching Realm. There are no rewards for the first and second floors. Only the third and fourth floors have rewards. However, the rewards are much more advanced. The third floor rewards a high-grade profound level falling star incantation and a mid-grade profound weapon. The fourth floor rewards a high-grade profound level falling star incantation and a mid-grade profound pellet. Moreover, passing the Astral Reaching Realms trial will bring you other rewards. You should finish the trial first. I'll tell you then. Mr. Pimp's voice was heard. Yixing's Astral Reaching Realm trial had begun. Yixing had entered the Astral Reaching Realm because his body had fused with the Divine Dragon's essence blood, and he had comprehended his own martial arts from the Black Tortoise Jade Wall. His ability to challenge those with higher realms was even better than when he was in the Astral Reaching Realm. Passing the Astral Reaching Realms trial was naturally a piece of cake. First floor. Second floor. Third floor. Yixing passed the first 3 floors with ease. Soon, it was time for him to receive his rewards. First, a beam of light appeared and shot into Yixing's head. Immediately, the high-grade profound level falling star incantation appeared in Yixing's head. Mr. Pimp's voice was heard, mid-grade profound weapon, what kind of weapon do you choose? Yixing had 3 mid-grade profound weapons on him, Burning Flame Profound Spear, Golden Feather Profound Sword, and Dark Pattern Boxing Gloves. Among them, Yixing couldn't use the Golden Feather Profound Sword, while the Burning Flame Profound Spear and Dark Pattern Boxing Gloves were both very suitable for Yixing. Among the weapons that Yixing was good at, the only mid-grade profound weapon missing was the bow. The Earth Profound Bow was only a low-grade profound weapon. Compared to a mid-grade profound bow, its power was obviously not on the same level. Yixing said, I choose a bow-type weapon. Soon, a light flashed in front of Yixing, and a great bow appeared. This was a jet-black great bow. The body of the bow was jet-black, and the bowstring was also jet-black. Mr. Pimp's voice sounded, this is the Black Profound Bow. The body of the bow was forged from the top mid-grade profound gold, black profound black gold. The bowstring was forged from the tendons of a high-grade level 4 demonic beast, Black Abyss Flood Dragon. The power of the Black Profound Bow is astonishing. It is definitely one of the best mid-grade profound bows. Looking at this unremarkable jet-black bow, Yixing didn't expect the materials to be so amazing. Holding the Black Profound Bow in his hand, he repeatedly praised it as a good bow. He was very happy in his heart. Yixing tried to pull the Black Profound Bow. No matter how much strength he exerted, the bowstring of the Black Profound Bow was only slightly raised. With his current strength, he couldn't even pull the Black Profound Bow open. The power of the arrow was closely related to the bow. The stronger the bow, the harder it was to pull it open. This was very normal. Otherwise, if anyone could use a great bow, as long as they had a great bow in their hands, even if their cultivation was low, wouldn't they be invincible? Yixing put away the black profound bow. His cultivation had been advancing by leaps and bounds. Now, he couldn't pull the black profound bow open. When his cultivation broke through again and his strength increased, he would be able to pull it open. Star Palace, 4th floor. Yixing saw Mr. Pimp, who had turned into a little old man. 2 long mustaches were fluttering at the corners of his mouth. His small eyes were looking at Yixing, emitting rays of light. Good, good. Yixing, you are truly a freak. Your innate talent wasn't very high at the beginning, but every time I see you, your innate talent is much higher than before. This is even more so this time. This level of innate talent is rare even in a mid-ranked continent, very rare indeed. Mr. Pimp looked at Yixing and sighed. Chapter 635. Yixing smiled. Back in the outer realm Starland, his body had fused with the essence blood of a divine dragon. Moreover, he had devoured Xing Liuyu's Heaven's Will to become a 9-star monarch Heaven's Will. Of course, his talents were top-notch. With the black hole astral form, he could devour other people's destiny. His talent would only get higher and higher. Theoretically speaking, Yixing's ultimate talent could be as high as the level of talent a genius could have in this world. The pimp asked, "Is the 4th floor's trial starting now?" Yixing nodded, "Yes, it is." The target of the 4th floor's trial was 3 realms higher than Yixing's cultivation. Yixing didn't use the dragon transformation, nor did he use the dark wind fire art. He only relied on the black hole astral form, sharp wind spear, and tyrannical fire spear to pass the trial perfectly. The first time you passed the 4th floor's trial, it was extremely difficult. When you reached the astral realm, the second time you passed the 4th floor's trial was much easier. Now that you've reached the astral reaching realm, passing the 4th floor's trial for the 3rd time is actually not that difficult anymore. You didn't even reveal your full strength and passed it easily. The higher the cultivation, the stronger the cross-realm challenge. This is beyond common sense. The lower the cultivation, the stronger the cross-realm challenge. The other geniuses, the stronger the cross-realm challenge. But you, it's the opposite. The pimp looked at Yixing and sighed. Yixing faintly smiled. At this moment, a beam of light shot into his head, and the top-grade black-level falling star incantation appeared in his mind. The top-grade black-level falling star incantation was enough for Yixing to cultivate to the limit of the star sea realm. Above that would be the star nirvana realm, which would require a god-level cultivation art. Quasi-gods of the starry nirvana realm were still too far away from Yixing, so it was impossible for him to meet one. The black-level ultimate falling star incantation was enough for Yixing to practice. Even in the starry crescent land, it would be an excellent cultivation method. Mid-rank mystic skeleton pellet can greatly increase the power of your physical body. Moreover, if your cultivation base stabilizes to peak level 1 astral reaching realm, you can directly break through to the 2nd level. As he spoke, he waved his hand, causing a medicinal pill to fly over to Yixing. Yixing put the mid-rank mysterious skeleton pellet into a jade box and said, "Since the pellet can help me make a breakthrough, I will naturally save it for when I reach the peak of the 1st astral reaching realm." Mr. Tortoise, you said that there would be a special reward for completing the astral reaching realm trial. Can you tell me about it now? The pimp nodded and said, "Since you were able to grow to this extent, you now have the qualifications to know the origin of the stellar hall. Sit, let me chat with you." The origin of the stellar hall. Yixing's eyes shone with interest. Seeing the tortoise sitting on the ground, he sat down cross-legged in front of it. Mr. Pimp nodded. His first sentence shocked Yixing, "The stellar hall is a divine tool." Yixing sucked in a breath of cold air and said, "Divine tool?" The strongest martial artists in the star continent are only 4-star kings. How could they have a divine tool? Mr. Pimp said, although the stellar hall is in the star continent, and the name is very similar, it is not a treasure of the star continent. It came here by accident. It is a treasure of a high-ranked continent. Yi Xing blinked. High-ranked continents were places with true gods. No wonder a treasure of a high-ranked continent was a divine tool. Yi Xing said, I know that there are 3 high-ranked continents in the flowing light world. Which continent is the treasure of the stellar hall from? Mr. Pimp looked at Yi Xing strangely and said, You are from a normal continent like the star continent, yet you know about the flowing light world and high-ranked continents? Yi Xing chuckled and said, I have also been to the outer realm star continent and seen the geniuses of other continents. Moreover, there were guests from high-ranked continents in the star continent 2,000 years ago. Of course I know. People from high-ranked continents would come to this small place. How strange! Mr. Pimp exclaimed. He did not delve deeper and continued his topic. The stellar hall was obtained by my master from the Dark Star continent. When he was a disciple of the Dark Star Divine Palace, he obtained this treasure. Yi Xing exclaimed, Dark Star Divine Palace? 2,000 years ago, the guest from the high-ranked continent was also a disciple of the Dark Star Divine Palace. What a coincidence! Mr. Pimp blinked a few times and said, If that is the case, the Star Continent and the Dark Star Divine Palace are fated. Work hard. With the Stellar Hall in your hands, one day, you can go to a middle-ranked continent. As long as you are strong enough, you can even go to a high-ranked continent. If you can reach the Dark Star Continent, then there will be a huge treasure waiting for you. Yi Xing shrugged and said, What? There is a huge treasure waiting for me in the Dark Star Continent. Mr. Pimp, are you kidding me? Mr. Pimp laughed and said, I am not lying to you. That treasure is related to the Stellar Hall. According to my master, the Stellar Hall he obtained is only a replica. The real Stellar Hall is located in the place where he obtained the treasure. However, his strength is limited, so he could not go deep into the core area of the treasure. Therefore, he has no chance to obtain the real Stellar Hall. Yi Xing was stunned. If the replica of the Stellar Hall was a divine weapon, then, what kind of treasure was the real Stellar Hall? Yi Xing looked at Mr. Pimp. After a while, he asked, Who is your master? My master. Mr. Pimp raised his voice, but then he thought of something and said in a low voice, My master is Emperor Xing Han, the great elder of the Star Elephant Palace in the Starry Crescent Land. Yi Xing looked at Mr. Pimp in surprise. His mouth was so big that an egg could be stuffed in. Was there a mistake? Starry Crescent Land, Star Elephant Palace? Could it be any more coincidental? Now, Yi Xing knew that the Stellar Hall was the treasure of the great elder of the Star Elephant Palace, Emperor Xing Han. The Falling Star sect was born because of this Emperor Xing Han's Stellar Hall. It could be said that Emperor Xing Han was Yi Xing's benefactor, and also the benefactor of the Falling Star sect. However, in the extraterritorial Starland, Yi Xing and the disciples of the Star Elephant Palace were mortal enemies. Moreover, he had killed all the disciples of the Star Elephant Palace. This made Yi Xing feel that he had done something wrong. But you can't blame me for this. Yi Xing sighed in his heart. The disciples of the Star Elephant Palace had gone too far. He had no choice but to fight back. Mr. Pimp saw Yi Xing's stunned expression and said, What's your reaction? Don't tell me you have heard of my master, Emperor Xing Han. Emperor Xing Han was from the Starry Crescent Land and had nothing to do with the Starry Crescent Land. Mr. Pimp could not believe that Yi Xing knew about Emperor Xing Han. Yi Xing shook his head and said, I have not heard of Emperor Xing Han. However, I met many disciples of the Star Elephant Palace in the extraterritorial Starland. Mr. Pimp was surprised. Ah. You went to the mid-level extraterritorial Starland? Yi Xing nodded. Mr. Pimp carefully observed Yi Xing's expression. He narrowed his eyes and revealed a cunning expression, saying, Something obviously happened between you and the disciples of the Star Elephant Palace. Tell me. Chapter 636. Under the tortoise's gaze, Yi Xing wanted to lie, but he couldn't say anything. Ah. I killed a few disciples of the Star Elephant Palace. Yixing hesitated for a moment before telling the truth. Of course, he lowered the number. The master of the Stellar Hall, Great Emperor Xing Han, was the great elder of the Stellar Elephant Palace. If Yixing were to say that he had killed all the disciples of the Stellar Elephant Palace in the extraterritorial Star Land, who knew if the Turtle Guild wouldn't fly into a rage? If he only killed a few, he could still explain it. But if he killed them all, Yixing didn't know how to explain it. However, out of Yixing's expectations, when Yixing said that he killed a few disciples of the Star Elephant Palace, the tortoise was so excited that his eyes lit up. The tortoise shouted, "Good job!" Ah! Yixing was stunned. What's going on? Wasn't your master Emperor Xing Han the Grand Elder of the Star Elephant Palace? Why did you say that I killed the disciples of the Star Elephant Palace? Yixing looked at the tortoise in confusion. Seeing this, the tortoise said, "You don't know, but my master was killed by the people of the Star Elephant Palace." Yixing was surprised. Wasn't Emperor Xing Han the Grand Elder of the Star Elephant Palace? A Grand Elder is definitely one of the upper echelons of the sect. Didn't he represent the Star Elephant Palace? How could he be killed by them? The tortoise sighed and told the story. When my master was young, he wasn't a disciple of the Star Elephant Palace, but a disciple of a low-grade king family. However, his bloodline returned to the ancient times, and his talent was very high. At a young age, he became a king. At that time, the Dark Star Temple of a high-grade continent was recruiting disciples in the Starry Crescent land. Martial artists under the age of 35 could sign up, but the registration rights were in the hands of the 7 4-star factions of the Starry Crescent land. Thus, in order to sign up, my master hung himself in front of the Star Elephant Palace. In the end, he stood out among the geniuses and was accepted as a disciple of the Dark Star Temple. In the end, my master became a 9-star king in the Dark Star God Palace. However, his potential was exhausted and he was unable to step into the Star Nirvana realm to become a quasi-god. When he was nearly 300 years old, my master had a fortuitous encounter when he was out adventuring and obtained this Star Palace. However, my master still doesn't have any hope of becoming a quasi-god. In the Dark Star God Palace, king-level disciples aren't valued. It's not a good thing that my master has a divine weapon. On the contrary, if it's exposed, he'll be killed and robbed. Therefore, when the Dark Star Palace went to the Starry Crescent land to recruit disciples, my master applied to return to the Starry Crescent land with the recruitment team. In the Dark Star Godly Palace, 9-star kings are only disciples. In the Life Moon continent, 9-star kings can be titled as emperors, and peak 9-star kings can be titled as great emperors. My master is thus known as Great Emperor Xing Han. Because my master's cultivation is high and he's powerful, the Star Elephant Palace conferred him the title of Great Elder. In the Starry Crescent land, my master's strength is one of the best except for quasi-gods. Compared to when he was in the Dark Star God Palace, he's much less vigilant. Because of the fight for the title of number 1 below quasi-gods, my master fought with another great emperor. Both of them were equal in strength, and the fight lasted for 3 days without a winner. It should have ended in a draw. However, in order to win the title of number 1 below quasi-gods, my master used the Star Palace and defeated the great emperor. He thought that no one would dare to fight for a divine weapon in the Starry Crescent land because even quasi-gods can't resist the power of the Star Palace. However, my master never expected that the Star Elephant Palace would plot against him. During one of the sect's annual celebrations, the great elder of the Star Elephant Palace, quasi-god Xinghe, actually poisoned my master's food with the extinction poison. Sigh. If my master had been vigilant, he wouldn't have been poisoned. However, on that day, the palace master of the Star Elephant Palace and the other elders all toasted my master and praised him for being the number 1 below quasi-gods. They said that once the divine weapon was out, even quasi-gods would avoid it. My master listened to them and drank to his heart's content. That wine was no ordinary wine, even kings would get drunk after drinking too much. Xinghe took advantage of my master's drunken state and poisoned him with the extinction poison. If my master didn't hand over the divine weapon, he wouldn't give him the antidote. The extinction poison is in the Starry Crescent land and there's no medicine that can cure it. My master's body is in the Starry Crescent land, so how could he cure it? Naturally, he didn't believe Xinghe's words. However, he was besieged by Xinghe, the palace master of the Star Elephant Palace, and the other elders. My master knew that he was going to die, but even if he died, he couldn't let Xinghe get the Stellar Hall. When my master got the Stellar Hall, he also obtained 2 great space-breaching talismans. He used one of them to tear through the void and came to the Starry Crescent land. This is it. Yi Xing sighed. Although Emperor Xing Han was the Grand Elder of the Star Elephant Palace, it was obvious that the Star Elephant Palace didn't treat Emperor Xing Han as one of their own. If they treated him as one of their own, the Star Elephant Palace would be overjoyed to have an expert like Emperor Xing Han. How could the entire upper echelon of the Star Elephant Palace scheme against him? Yi Xing looked around and said, Master Tortoise, so Emperor Xing Han is also in the Stellar Hall? The Master Tortoise nodded and said, yes, but only a corpse is left. The poison of the Extinction King powder is too strong. My master only came here for a few stars before he lost his life. He only had time to set up a few formations outside the Stellar Hall to conceal the aura of the Stellar Hall. He has been dead for 700 years now. Sigh, thinking back, the days with my master are like yesterday. As the Master Tortoise spoke, he raised his hand and a yellow talisman appeared in his hand. He said, this is the Great Space Breaching Talisman. My master obtained 2 of them. He used one, so there's one left. I'll give it to you to save your life. This is a special reward. How about it? Yi Xing took the Great Space Breaching Talisman and said with a surprised expression, it looks ordinary, but it can tear through the void and even reach another continent. The effect of this talisman is too amazing. In the extraterritorial Starland, Yi Xing had seen Feng Xiaoxiao use a small space-breaching talisman. However, at that time, Feng Xiaoxiao had taken it out and used it immediately. Yi Xing had only glanced at it and did not see it clearly. Who would have thought that he would be able to obtain a great space-breaching talisman after returning to the stellar continent? This was really unexpected. Feng Xiaoxiao had once said that even the small space-breaching talisman was considered a rare treasure in the Starry Crescent land. As for the major space-breaching talisman, it was obvious that it was of a higher grade than the small space-breaching talisman. Yi Xing observed it for a while and asked, how do I use it? Do I just crush it directly? The Master Tortoise said, inject the astral energy into it and it will activate the talisman. No matter how dangerous the situation is, you will be able to escape. No one can stop the great space-breaching talisman from tearing through the void. Of course, the legendary Zhi Zun is an exception. Yi Xing put away the great space-breaching talisman and said, although it's a good life-saving treasure, I don't want to use it one day. Once I use it, I'll tear through the void and reach another continent. How can I come back? Chapter 637. The tortoise chuckled and said, you are right. My master used the space-breaching talisman because he didn't want the Star Palace to fall into the hands of Xinghe. However, when he arrived at the Star Continent, he sighed and said that he couldn't even bury his body in his homeland. He could only wander around the Star Continent. After pausing for a while, the tortoise continued, my master's last wish was to bury his body in his homeland. Yi Xing, if one day your strength reaches the limit of the Star Continent, you can go to the Star Crescent land and bury my master in his homeland to fulfill his wish. Yi Xing put away his casual expression and became serious. He nodded and said, I will definitely do it. The tortoise stood up and said, Yi Xing, I believe that you will do it. That day will come sooner or later. Come, I will take you to a place. Yi Xing stood up and followed the tortoise. Wherever the tortoise went, the void walls would make way for him. He took Yi Xing through many twists and turns until they arrived in front of a pavilion. There was actually a pavilion in the Star Palace. It was indeed rare. However, the space inside the stellar hall was huge to begin with. Not to mention a pavilion, it could even fit a mountain. The tortoise pointed at the pavilion in front of them and said, "This is the tortoise pavilion. It has 4 floors, and it contains the tortoise pavilion that my master obtained. The first floor is the low-grade tortoise pavilion, the second floor is the mid-grade tortoise pavilion, the third floor is the high-grade tortoise pavilion, and the fourth floor is the top-grade tortoise pavilion. Originally, the tortoise pavilion would only be open to you after you complete the King Realm trial and completely control the Star Palace. However, I have high hopes for you. Learn more martial arts to defend yourself, and it will increase your chances of survival. You haven't completely controlled the Star Palace yet, so don't use the space-breaching talisman to go to another continent and never come back. Therefore, you must try your best to become stronger. The stronger you are, the better." Yi Xing looked at the black martial hall in front of him and his eyes lit up. He said happily, "The black martial hall's black martial arts are for me to see and practice." The old pimp nodded and said, "You can look at it, and you can practice it. But, there is a small requirement. You have to practice martial arts step by step. If you want to learn a martial art, you have to practice it to the acme of perfection. Only then will you be able to increase the degree of fusion between you and your weapon. You will be able to achieve one with the weapon, as soon as possible, and comprehend a martial intent." Yi Xing knew about martial intent. This was the martial intent that a martial artist could comprehend after they reached the state of one with the weapon. For example, man and sword one could comprehend sword intent. Man and spear one could comprehend spear intent. The type of weapon one used would be the manifestation of one's martial will. If one was proficient in bare-handed martial arts and the weapon was a pair of gloves, then it would be known as fist intent. Within the Star Continent, only a very small number of kings were able to comprehend a martial intent. Yi Xing was surprised. Cultivating a martial art to the perfection boundary can increase the degree of fusion between a person and a weapon, and also speed up the speed of comprehending martial intent? This was the first time he had heard of this. The old pimp nodded and said, "Yes, the higher your martial arts attainments, the higher your degree of fusion with your weapon. If you can cultivate a profound level martial art to the perfection boundary, then you will be able to achieve one with the weapon and become a weapon master. Then, your chances of comprehending a martial intent will greatly increase." Yi Xing had a huge advantage over other martial artists when it came to practicing martial arts. He had always practiced martial arts to the perfection boundary. Therefore, he felt that he was becoming more and more familiar with his weapon. It seemed that there were faint signs of him becoming a weapon master. After becoming a weapon master, one would be able to achieve one with the weapon. This represented the pinnacle of skill. When one made a move, there was no need to be constrained by moves. For any martial arts, as long as one cultivated an internal force heart sutra, they could move freely. Even if it was a casual strike, it would have the power of an ultimate move. In other words, when a weapon master made a move, their martial arts would reach the acme of perfection. Yi Xing somewhat understood why cultivating a martial art to the perfection boundary would increase the degree of fusion between a person and a weapon. It was because a weapon master was very similar to a perfection boundary. Yi Xing said, "Okay, I will first cultivate a low-grade profound martial art to the perfection boundary. Then, I will cultivate a medium-grade profound martial art, and then a high-grade profound martial art. One level at a time." The old pimp faintly smiled and pointed to the right side of the Black Martial Temple and said, "On the right side of the Black Martial Temple is the Martial Training Temple. Once you enter, it will be the same as a trial. You will encounter stronger and stronger opponents. You can practice martial arts in the midst of battle and increase the speed of your martial arts attainments. This was originally supposed to be open to you after you complete the king's trial. Now that the Black Martial Temple has been opened to you, the Martial Training Temple will also be open to you. You can practice with a profound martial art and also have a training partner." This condition was really amazing. Yi Xing was overjoyed and said, "Thank you, pimp." The old pimp said, "You can practice in the Black Martial Temple and the Martial Training Temple. Don't go anywhere else." Then, the old pimp's figure flashed and disappeared. Yi Xing looked at the Black Martial Temple in front of him and then looked at the Martial Training Temple on the side. He smiled and said, "Good, good, good. The Starry Temple is very safe. I can go into seclusion to practice martial arts. Also, I have a large number of eternity flowers to increase my cultivation. Let's see what kind of realm those hundreds of eternity flowers can help me reach." Yi Xing entered the Black Martial Temple. It was very spacious inside. There were only 4 rows of bookshelves. On each shelf, there were 20 to 30 secret manuals. There were about 100 manuals in total, all of which were low-grade profound martial arts. Yi Xing couldn't practice all of the low-grade profound martial arts. It was too difficult. He was an expert in archery. At the same time, he also practiced spear arts and fist arts. Therefore, Yi Xing's goal was very clear. 1 secret manual for archery, 1 secret manual for spear arts, and 1 secret manual for fist arts would be enough. In addition, a profound martial arts was also necessary. Archery secret manual, spear secret manual, fist secret manual, and Qinggong secret manual. Yi Xing only needed to find 4 suitable low-rank black tortoise to learn. Among the 100 low-grade profound martial arts manuals, there were only 2 secret manuals for archery. One was the Raging Flame Merciless Arrow Art, and the other was the Golden Ray Soul Splitting Arrow Art. Yi Xing chose the fire attribute Raging Flame Merciless Arrow Art. There were more secret manuals for spear arts. There were a total of 6 of them. Yi Xing chose the wind attribute Shadowless Deadly Spear Art. The tip of the spear was similar to the sharp wind spear art. It should be easy to practice. There were more secret manuals for fist arts than spear arts. There were a total of 8 of them. Yi Xing chose the dark attribute Dark Soul Subduing Fist. Yi Xing's gloves were dark attribute gloves. They were more compatible with dark attribute martial arts. There were a total of 10 secret manuals for Qinggong. Yi Xing chose a secret manual called 9 Heavens Spirit Travel Technique. Looking at the introduction, the 9 Heavens Spirit Travel Technique was a top-grade profound level Qinggong. It was divided into 4 volumes. There was only the first volume here, which was equivalent to a low-grade profound level Qinggong. The 9 Heavens Spirit Travel Technique had the word spirit. It was obviously an extraordinary Qinggong. Chapter 638. Even if it was only a low-grade profound grade martial art, its speed would still be faster than other low-grade profound grade martial arts. In the future, it would be possible to train mid-grade, upper grade, and even supreme grade martial arts. Yi Xing naturally chose it. As for the difficulty of training, Yi Xing didn't take it into consideration. He had never encountered any difficulty in any martial arts he had trained. Although he had only trained 4 types of black tortoise, Yi Xing had already flipped through hundreds of black tortoise secret manuals and scanned their contents into his brain. Yi Xing didn't have the energy to train all the martial arts to perfection. However, memorizing their training methods was a piece of cake for him. Yi Xing. Although memorizing the training methods couldn't increase Yi Xing's strength, it could greatly increase his knowledge of martial arts. This would have a certain effect on Yi Xing's martial arts training. Yi Xing didn't stay in the Black Martial Palace for long. After leaving the palace, he didn't rush to train martial arts. Instead, he sat down cross-legged outside the palace, took out a cosmic extreme flower, ate it, and started cultivating. He wanted to consolidate his cultivation base to peak first-level astral reaching realm. Then, he would take a mid-grade profound bone pellet to strengthen his bones and muscles, and raise his cultivation base to second-level astral reaching realm. The higher one's cultivation base, the easier it would be to train martial arts. Yi Xing's breakthrough to 2-star venerable wasn't too difficult. Of course, he would train martial arts after that. Any kind of herb would get worse the more one ate it. The first time one ate it would have the best effect, and the cosmic extreme flower was the same. A single cosmic extreme flower had raised Yixing's cultivation base by a lot. In only a few hours, he had gone from early first level to mid first level. The later ones were a bit less effective. Yixing ate 5 of them and spent 2 days to break through to peak first level. After consolidating his cultivation base, Yixing's lips curled up. He opened his eyes, which shone brightly. Finally, he could break through to the second level of astral reaching realm. Counting the time since he had broken through to the astral reaching realm, it had only been 2 months. To have broken through to the next realm in such a short time, Yixing was indeed a bit excited. Yixing still had a lot of eternity flowers. Soon, his astral reaching realm cultivation base would usher in a period of rapid breakthroughs. Yixing took out the profound skeleton pill. The elixir that Yixing had obtained in the Star Hall had the effect of strengthening the body, but it mainly strengthened the skin and flesh. The bone elixir had the word bone in it, so it was obviously mainly used to strengthen the bones. Bones played an extremely important role in a human's body. Only when the bones were strong would the body be truly strong. Although the appearance was strong, the bones were only for show. When one's bones were strong, not only would their physique be strong, their strength would be strong, and their ability to produce blood would also be strong. Their blood and qi would naturally surge. With a strong blood and qi, nutrients would be transmitted to every part of their body, and naturally, their skin and flesh would be strengthened as well. Therefore, whether the body was strong or not depended on the bones. As a profound grade pill, the profound skeleton pill was naturally much more effective than spirit grade pills. Its main effect was to strengthen the bones and grasp the body's foundation. In this aspect, it was of a higher grade than the spirit grade pills Yixing had obtained before. Yixing adjusted his aura and ate the profound skeleton pill. Yixing immediately felt a surging power explode in his body. Yes, it was indeed exploding. This power was too vigorous, and the speed at which it spread out was too fast, just like an explosion. If not for Yixing's powerful body, the explosion would have been enough to injure him. The profound skeleton pill could only be barely withstood by a venerable's body. A mid-grade profound skeleton pill could even injure a normal venerable's body. If a Taoist ate a mid-grade profound skeleton pill, his body would directly explode, and he would die a violent death. Without needing Yixing to take the initiative to guide it, the surging medicinal power surged in Yixing's body like a river, rushing through his meridians to his entire body. 1/3 of the medicinal power spread to his flesh and blood, while 2/3 of the medicinal power rushed to his bones. In an instant, a grinding sound came from Yixing's body. His bones were affected by the medicinal power of the profound skeleton pill and were rapidly strengthening. The medicinal power of the profound skeleton pill was too vigorous. Even though Yixing's flesh and bones were rapidly absorbing it, the medicinal power in his body could not be dispersed in a short period of time. It would take a lot of time for him to completely absorb and refine it. As time passed, the sound in Yixing's body gradually changed. At first, it was a grinding sound, but it slowly turned into the sound of frying beans. In the end, it turned into the sound of a bowstring being pulled. In the end, there was the sound of surging water, like a spring. In fact, after Yixing's bones had been strengthened, their hematopoietic function had greatly increased. A large amount of blood was constantly being produced, gushing out from his bone marrow and flowing into his major blood vessels. As the medicinal power of the profound skeleton pill was gradually absorbed and refined, his body was reborn. Yixing's cultivation also naturally increased by a realm, breaking through to the second level of the astral reaching realm, becoming a 2-star venerable. When the last medicinal power was absorbed by his flesh and bones, Yixing felt his entire body brimming with power. He had the illusion that he could lift the sky and pierce through the earth. This was a sign that his energy was too abundant. Yixing wanted to find a target to vent his energy, to vent the berserk power in his body. This was naturally the best time to cultivate martial arts. Yixing stood up, and the bones in his body stretched out, letting out the sound of a bowstring being pulled. His body was full of tenacity. His body twisted, and the sound of frying beans immediately rang out, full of explosive power. Good, I've finally become a 2-star venerable. I'll go to the martial training palace to cultivate martial arts, and then continue cultivating. I want to see how many realms my eternity flower can help me break through. Yi Xing faintly smiled. He was in a very good mood as he walked towards the martial training palace. After entering the palace, an opponent with the same cultivation as Yi Xing appeared. It was a 2-star venerable. Yi Xing's strength naturally couldn't be compared to a venerable of the same realm. However, Yi Xing had just started learning the Black Tortoise martial arts, and it would be difficult for him to fight against a strong opponent. It was just right for him to use a 2-star venerable as practice. After the 2-star venerable appeared, he immediately pounced at Yi Xing. Yi Xing first cultivated the 9 Heavens Heavenly Wander technique to dodge the opponent's attack. If he made a mistake and couldn't dodge, he would face the opponent head-on. If he cultivated for 2 hours, Yi Xing's attainments in the 9 Heavens Heavenly Wander technique would increase rapidly, reaching the small success stage. This was mainly because Yi Xing's after-image footwork had reached perfection. Compared to a low-grade black class movement technique, his attainments were quite high, equivalent to greater success stage. In this way, Yi Xing could easily cultivate the 9 Heavens Heavenly Wander technique to the small success stage. The small success stage of the 9 Heavens Heavenly Wander technique was very fast, and the 2-star venerable could barely touch the corner of Yi Xing's clothes. Yi Xing put on the dark pattern boxing gloves and began to cultivate the dark soul subduing fist. Yi Xing's fist art, spear art, and archery art were all top-grade spirit rank. His attainments in them had reached the acme of perfection. This made it easy for him to cultivate a low-grade profound rank martial art to the greater success stage. Yi Xing cultivated one martial art after another, and the low-grade black class fist, spear, and archery skills quickly reached the small success stage. Chapter 639. The targets in the martial training palace went from 2-star venerables to 3-star venerables, and finally to 4-star venerables. Yi Xing battled with targets of different realms. Before reaching major completion, the speed of his martial attainments was very fast. In merely 10 days, Yi Xing's scorching merciless arrow, shadowless lethal spear, dark soul subduing fist, and 9 Heavens God Wander art had all reached major completion. There was an essential difference between Spirit Martial Realm and Black Tortoise. Transformative Realm Upper Grade Spirit Martial Realm's might was comparable to Great Completion Extreme Grade Spirit Martial Realm. However, Transformative Extreme Grade Spirit Martial Realm's might was inferior to Great Completion Low Grade Black Tortoise. Yi Xing cultivated 4 types of low-grade Black Tortoise to Great Completion. His previous accumulation of martial attainments had already been used up. The difficulty of further cultivation would be greatly increased. Cultivating low-grade Black Tortoise to perfection and Transformative Realm was a huge undertaking. Yi Xing retreated from the martial training palace, preparing to raise his cultivation first. The path of martial arts had to be done step by step. One should not eat too much in one go. Sometimes, it wasn't the best way to go about it. Taking a break midway, doing something else to relax, and then continuing to study would have better results. Yi Xing was like this. After breaking through to 2-star venerables, he was not in a hurry to continue cultivating. Instead, he went to the martial training palace to practice martial arts, letting his tense nerves relax. After cultivating 4 types of low-grade Black Tortoise to great completion, Yi Xing was also not in a hurry to continue cultivating. Instead, he switched to the falling star incantation, letting his tense nerves relax. Heaven and earth, day and night, yin and yang, one positive and one negative, one tense and one relaxed. Only with proper cultivation could one have great achievements and achieve goals at the fastest speed. Yi Xing sat down cross-legged, continuing to use Yi and extreme flowers to cultivate, increasing the speed of astral reaching realm. When he was at the first level of astral reaching realm, Yi Xing had only used 5 eternity flowers to stabilize his cultivation base to the peak. Now that he had become a 2-star venerable, he had also eaten several eternity flowers. Their effects had weakened somewhat, so he needed a lot more than when he was at the first level. 10 eternity flowers, Yixing's cultivation base stabilized to the mid-second level. The 20 eternity flowers had been consolidated to the late second stage. 50 eternity flowers had been consolidated to the peak of the second stage. After spending a month and absorbing the medicinal efficacies of 80 stalks of eternity flower, Yixing finally stabilized his cultivation base to the peak of the second level. Based on the value of the Ian Extreme flowers, 80 Ian Extreme flowers had been consumed just for a 2-star venerable. This price was a bit high. However, in terms of cultivation speed, Yixing felt that it was worth it to be able to consolidate his cultivation to level 2 peak within a month. Yixing didn't care about the value of the Ian Extreme flower. What he cared about was his own martial arts. No matter how great the price, it was worth it. After reaching level 2 peak, Yixing stopped cultivating. If he wanted to break through the cultivation barrier in one go, it wouldn't be impossible for him to break through to the 3rd-star venerable realm. However, the consumption of Ian Extreme flowers would definitely be a huge number, and the time it would take would also not be short. At this time, it was better to first relax and cultivate martial arts. He could continue to consolidate his cultivation base in battle. Perhaps he would be able to break through the cultivation barrier unknowingly. The speed wouldn't be much slower than using the Ian Extreme flowers to forcefully break through. Even if the breakthrough didn't happen naturally, once he consolidated his cultivation base to a certain extent, using the Ian Extreme flowers to forcefully break through would be much easier than now. Entering the martial training hall, Yixing began to cultivate martial arts. The 2-star venerables and 3rd-star venerables trial targets were quickly destroyed by Yixing. Even the 4-star venerables didn't last long against Yixing's great accomplishment low-grade profound martial technique. It was only when the 5-star venerables trial targets appeared that Yixing felt a huge pressure. This wasn't a life-and-death battle, but a pursuit of martial arts attainment. Yixing didn't use his astrology, purely relying on martial arts to fight. Yixing's profound low-grade falling star incantation had reached the peak of level 7 after breaking through to the 2-star venerable realm. Afterwards, during the process of cultivation, his astral energy had already transformed to level 3 mid-grade profound martial technique. In terms of astral energy strength, Yixing was far superior to a 3-star venerable. Compared to a 4-star venerable, it was only because of the difference in cultivation level. Yixing was fighting with a profound martial artist of the great accomplishment realm. His comprehension of the grand momentum of heaven and earth was far superior to that of a 4-star venerable. The amount of yuan qi of heaven and earth that he could use was much more than that of a 4-star venerable. However, a 5-star venerable's strength was much stronger than a 4-star venerable's. Perhaps the 5-star venerable's comprehension of the grand momentum of heaven and earth was inferior to Yixing's, but in terms of martial arts attainment, they were superior. When a low-grade profound martial technique was used, it was close to great accomplishment. The amount of heaven and earth's yuan qi that was drawn was no less than Yixing's. Adding on the suppression of 3 levels of cultivation, their strength was naturally far superior to Yixing's. If he used his astrology, Yixing's pressure against a 5-star venerable would be greatly reduced. However, with pressure comes motivation. As long as he faced a powerful opponent and was in a dangerous situation, it could stimulate Yixing's potential to the greatest extent. Only then could his martial arts attainment increase faster in battle. When Yixing fought with the 5-star venerables, he would sometimes use the dark soul subduing fist to fight with the enemy. Inside, he would use the shadowless lethal spear technique. When it was the most suitable time to use a martial art, Yixing would use that martial art. Once he could not block it, Yixing would use the 9 Heavens Spirits Wander technique to dodge. After pulling away, he would use the Scorching Flame Ruthless Arrow technique to shoot from a distance. Overall, his attainments in the 4 low-grade profound martial techniques improved very quickly. It was not an exaggeration to say that he improved by leaps and bounds. However, the one that improved the fastest was still his archery attainment. This was definitely related to Yixing's archery attainment being the highest. Furthermore, Yixing's talent in archery was also the highest. With the super brain, he was a natural archer. During his cultivation, Yixing's archery attainment improved again. When the conditions were right, he naturally broke through to the 7 changes of heart. The breakthrough in his archery attainment increased the speed of his archery attainment. In just a month or so, Yixing's scorching flame ruthless arrow technique broke through to the perfection realm first. A low-grade profound martial technique at the perfection realm was very powerful. When Yixing used the earth profound bow to execute the scorching flame ruthless arrow technique, the power of the arrows shot out had reached a level where even a 5-star venerable would be in danger. There were a few times when the 5-star venerable's trial targets were unable to completely dodge Yixing's arrows. They also could not block them and were shot in the body. Of course, the arrows only hit unimportant parts of the body. The damage caused was very low and could not destroy the trial targets. This was when Yixing did not use his astrology. If he used his astrology, the power would be stronger. The damage caused might be able to destroy the trial targets. If he used the Sagittarius constellation, it would be even more stable. He would definitely be able to kill the trial targets in one shot. The 7 changes of heart's archery attainment meant that Yixing's heart force had reached the 7th layer. Although Yixing's heart force leaned towards archery, it was still useful for other martial cultivation. In the next half a month, the Shadowless Lethal Spear technique, Dark Soul Subduing Fist, and 9 Heaven Spirits Wander technique all broke through to the perfection realm. Chapter 640.4 Low-Grade Xuanwu Martial Arts, all complete. For a 2-star venerable, this was already an extremely high martial attainment. Even some monstrous geniuses would rarely be able to cultivate low-grade Xuanwu martial arts to completion when they were 2-star venerables. Moreover, all 4 kinds of low-grade Xuanwu martial arts were complete. After a month and a half of battle, although Yixing hadn't broken through to 3-star venerable, he could feel that his cultivation base had already consolidated to the limit of the 2nd layer, touching the edge of the 3rd layer of astral reaching realm. At this realm, the accumulation of cultivation base could naturally lead to a breakthrough. The reason why he hadn't broken through was probably because the last time was too close. However, without a natural breakthrough, Yixing took the initiative to push it. Breaking through to 3-star venerable was naturally easy. Yixing sat down cross-legged and took out a stalk of eternity flower. Borrowing its medicinal power, he attacked the barrier of the 3rd layer of astral reaching realm. After a day and a night, Yixing had only taken 4 stalks of eternity flower to break through the barrier of the 3rd layer of astral reaching realm. The astral aura within his body had undergone a qualitative change, and his perception of the natural yuan qi had become even clearer. Yixing's cultivation base had broken through to the 3rd layer of astral reaching realm, becoming a 3-star venerable. After breaking through to the astral reaching realm, he had only used 2 months to break through to 2-star venerable. Then, after another 2.5 months, he had broken through to 3-star venerable. This kind of speed, even when he was a astral venerable, could be regarded as godly speed compared to ordinary martial artists. In the astral reaching realm, even among the monstrous geniuses of the star continent, which one of them didn't need at least a year to break through to the next realm? If one reached high-level astral reaching realm, it might even take several years to break through to the next realm. However, Yixing had broken through 2 realms in less than half a year. For other martial artists, this was simply the speed of light. Of course, Yixing's true cultivation speed wasn't this fast. The reason for this godly speed was because of the eternity flower in his body. In addition, the mid-rank mysterious skeleton pellet had greatly shortened the time needed for Yixing to make a breakthrough. If it were under normal circumstances, it would already be a very fast speed for Yixing to make a breakthrough in half a year in the early astral reaching realm. After becoming a 3-star venerable, Yixing's perception of the spiritual qi of heaven and earth had become much clearer. His understanding of heaven and earth had also reached a mysterious state. Yixing was overjoyed. This kind of state could only be encountered by chance, and it was the best state to comprehend the momentum of heaven and earth. Perhaps it was because Yi Xing had broken through successively in the Exalt realm in a short period of time, and it had caused him to be in such a state. Perhaps it was because of some other reason, but Yi Xing didn't care about all of that right now. He instantly restrained his thoughts, maintained his calm, and comprehended the grand momentum of the heavens and the earth. This state lasted for about 2 hours before returning to normal. Although it hadn't been long, Yi Xing's harvest was enormous. Whether it was the grand momentum of wind, fire, or darkness, all of them had improved by a considerable degree. When a martial artist became a high-level venerable, they would be able to comprehend the grand momentum of the heavens and earth to the realm of one with the world. However, in order to comprehend the grand momentum of the heavens and earth to perfection, only a high-level astral ocean realm titled emperor would be able to do so. There was a huge gap in cultivation between high-level venerable and high-level king. However, within this cultivation level, ordinary martial artists' comprehension of the grand momentum of the heavens and earth would be at the realm of one with the world. However, high-level venerable, low-level king, and mid-level king naturally had different levels of comprehension of the grand momentum of the heavens and earth. Therefore, there were also differences in the realm of one with the world. If Yi Xing's previous state of one with the world was still at the high-level venerable realm, then he had already reached the low-level king realm. It could be seen that the effects of these 2 hours of comprehension were enormous. That mysterious state disappeared, and Yi Xing continued to comprehend in detail, thoroughly understanding the grand momentum of the heavens and earth in his heart. Only then did he stand up and walk towards the martial training palace. His cultivation had broken through to the 3rd level of astral reaching realm, and his comprehension of the grand momentum of the heavens and earth was even higher. This was even more advantageous for his martial arts cultivation. His chances of cultivating the 4 low-level profound martial arts to perfection had increased by a lot. However, Yi Xing didn't plan to cultivate the martial arts to perfection after entering the martial training palace this time. This would take a long time. Once his cultivation reached the peak of the 3rd level, then he would spend a long time cultivating martial arts, which would also be of great help in consolidating his cultivation. Right now, he was just familiarizing himself with his strength after breaking through to the 3-star venerable realm. As long as he was familiar with his strength and body, he would be able to cultivate with twice the results with half the effort. After becoming a 3-star venerable and reaching perfection of the low-level profound martial realm, the trial target of the 5-star venerable realm was naturally not enough. It wasn't long before Yi Xing destroyed it. Now that the trial target of the 6-star venerable realm had appeared, Yi Xing once again felt an enormous pressure. Yi Xing cultivated in the martial training palace for a few days, familiarizing himself with the strength of the 3-star venerable realm, and then left. Sitting cross-legged outside the martial training palace, Yi Xing calmed his mind and took out the Aeon Extreme Flower, continuing to cultivate and raise his cultivation. Time flew by, and by the time Yi Xing reached the peak of the 3rd level, more than a month had already passed. As for the Aeon Extreme Flower, the further he progressed, the weaker its effects became. He had consumed several hundred stalks. Yi Xing stood up with a smile on his face. No matter how many Aeon Extreme Flowers he consumed, he wouldn't feel any heartache. Raising his cultivation was the key. Right now, he was a 3-star venerable. If he broke through another realm, he would become a 4-star venerable. However, the difference was like the difference between a low-level venerable and a mid-level venerable. Yi Xing was looking forward to breaking through to the 4-star venerable realm. My cultivation has reached the peak of the 3rd level, and the falling star incantation has reached the 4th level. Everything is ready. Next, it's time to see if I can break through to the transformation realm with the low-level profound martial realm. Yi Xing thought to himself as he walked toward the martial training palace. Entering the martial training palace, another long period of cultivation began. Yi Xing had the super brain to scan and correct his moves. Every time he fought, Yi Xing would know where his mistakes were and would constantly correct them. No matter how good his master's guidance was, it couldn't compare to the super brain's understanding of himself, and it couldn't compare to his own self-correction. This caused Yixing's martial attainments to be constantly perfected. There was no limit to it until he stepped into the transformation realm. For Yixing, the transformation realm wasn't a problem. The only problem was time. More than a month later, his ruthless flame arrow incantation reached the transformation realm first. Yixing immediately sensed that his archery skills had reached the transcendent state of the low-class black level. There was a strong connection between him and the bow. This was a very mysterious state. The bow and arrow in Yixing's hands became incomparably mysterious. It was as if he could perform a perfect martial art move with just a raise of his hand. This was the manifestation of the unity of man and weapon. Yixing had become one with the bow and arrow, becoming an archery master among weapon masters. Becoming an archery master was the prerequisite for comprehending the arrow intent. Among archery martial artists, only those who comprehended the arrow intent could be considered a truly powerful divine archer. Now, Yixing had finally reached this condition. He had reached a higher level in archery and become a master. Chapter 641. Mastering One Art, Mastering All Arts. After the ruthless flame arrow art reached the transcendent realm, the dark soul subduing fist art and the shadowless deadly spear art also reached the transcendent realm. Yixing not only became a master of archery, but he also became a master of fist arts and a master of spear arts. Compared to most master weaponsmiths, Yixing could be considered as a multi-talented person. This was all thanks to the super brain. Otherwise, with Yixing's cultivation at such a young age, no matter what kind of weapon he used, he wouldn't have been able to reach the level of one with the weapon. Compared to the other martial arts, the Nine Heavens Wander art was much more difficult to reach the transcendent realm. It took him more than 10 days to reach the transcendent realm. After 2 months, he had reached the transcendent realm in all 4 low-grade profound martial arts. He could go to the 2nd floor of the martial arts hall to learn mid-grade profound martial arts. On the 2nd floor of the martial arts hall, the number of mid-grade profound martial arts was less than half of the number on the 1st floor. There were only 60 books. Yixing followed his usual practice and chose only 4 martial arts: archery, spear arts, fist arts, and Qin Gong. Qin Gong was naturally still the Nine Heavens Wander art. As for the other martial arts, Yixing continued to choose the fire attribute archery, wind attribute spear arts, and dark attribute fist arts. In terms of actual combat, Yixing was already a master weaponsmith. Every move he made was a unique skill. In terms of martial arts, Yixing had learned 3 martial arts and a set of archery skills from the Black Tortoise Jade Wall. Therefore, Yixing chose the mid-grade profound martial arts because he didn't need it for actual combat. He just needed to cultivate it and improve the connection between him and his weapon. Master weaponsmiths wasn't the limit of the transcendent realm. Above the transcendent realm was martial intent. Comprehending martial intent was Yixing's true goal. Therefore, Yixing only needed to cultivate the mid-grade profound martial arts and not rely on them to fight. Yixing cultivated 4 mid-grade Xuanwu mantras, but he only managed to reach the great accomplishment stage. Martial arts mantras were very easy to cultivate. If one was unable to reach a certain level, there was only one reason: one's cultivation was insufficient. If the mental cultivation method wasn't perfect, then the martial arts wouldn't be able to reach the transcendent realm. There was no point in continuing to cultivate. Only when he had a breakthrough and became a 4-star or 5-star venerable would he be able to reach the transcendent realm. Yixing sensed the progress of his cultivation. He had indeed consolidated to the limit of the 3-star venerable realm. However, he did not feel the barrier of the 4th level of astral reaching realm. Only by sensing the cultivation barrier of the next realm would one have the hope of forcibly breaking through. If one couldn't even sense the cultivation barrier, then even if one forcibly broke through, there would be no way forward. A 4-star venerable is a mid-level venerable. Although I've experienced many battles to break through to the venerable realm, my cultivation has still improved too quickly. Especially after breaking through to become a 2-star venerable, I've always been in secluded cultivation. I've only fought with the targets of the trial, and I've never experienced a true life and death battle. The reason why I was able to break through to the 3-star venerable realm was because of the Eternity Flower. Now that my foundation isn't solid, it'll be hard for me to make any progress in a short period of time. I've already been in the Star Palace for more than 8 months. It's time to go out. Yixing pondered for a moment and made his decision. Yixing had gained a lot from entering the Star Palace this time. He had made great progress in his martial Tao. He was very satisfied and happy. Master Tortoise, Yixing has left the Star Palace. Before leaving, Yixing respectfully saluted the void in front of him and said, Go, go. Be careful. Become a king as soon as possible and come back to take the Star Palace. Master Tortoise's voice sounded. Yes. Yixing faintly nodded. He took out the star token and activated the transmission. The star token emitted a gentle light that enveloped Yixing. In an instant, Yixing left the Star Palace and appeared in the Starfall Valley. Huff, 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 huff. Yixing had just appeared in the Starfall Valley when he felt layers of terrifying killing intent. He couldn't help but shiver. What's going on? Before Yixing could react, he heard a loud shout, He's out. As soon as this voice sounded, Yixing felt the space around him tighten. It was as if it had become an impenetrable wall, imprisoning him. At the same time, a dazzling light suddenly appeared in the distance and enveloped the entire world. Yixing immediately felt a sense of suffocation. In just an instant, Yixing saw the dazzling light that seemed to have enveloped the entire world. It was a huge saber aura that almost cut the sky in half. It was an understatement to say that this saber aura could break rivers and cut mountains. If this saber aura fell, it was enough to destroy a city. Now, this saber aura was slashing down on Yixing. In an instant, Yixing felt like his soul had left his body. His heart jumped to his throat. Bang! With a loud explosion, that terrifying saber aura was suddenly hit by a black fist aura and exploded into pieces. The explosive shock wave was filled with destructive power. A layer of the nearby mountain peaks was shaved off and collapsed. Yixing was not far from the center of this destructive shock wave. However, he did not feel the slightest bit of impact. In front of him, a tall figure stood, giving off a feeling of indomitable spirit. Where he stood, the wind was calm and the waves were calm. The destructive shock wave could not shake him in the slightest. This tall figure was dressed in black and had shoulder-length black hair. Yixing recognized him at a glance. It was the Black Tiger King. The destructive shock wave's power was terrifying, but it dissipated quickly. In just a few breaths' time, everything was calm again. However, the surrounding area was a testament to the terrifying power just now. Meng Tai, with me here, you want to kill someone? Ha ha ha. Dream on. The Black Tiger King roared and laughed loudly. His voice was filled with pride. Yixing was shocked when he heard this. The saber that slashed at him just now was actually the damning Supreme King's attack. No wonder it's so terrifying. I couldn't even move after being struck by the saber. If it weren't for Brother He Biao's help, I would have turned into a pile of minced meat by now. Yixing immediately came to a realization. Why is the damning Supreme King here? And so many Daiyuan dynasty elites. Yixing saw the damning Supreme King and also saw the large number of elites behind Meng Tai. That's right, I killed a venerable from the Great Yuan dynasty here and then entered the Star Hall to cultivate. The people from the Great Yuan dynasty must have found this place and knew that I entered, so they surrounded this place and waited for me. Careless, too careless. Why didn't I consider this problem at that time? If Brother Black Tiger did not save me, I would have been a turtle in a jar. I would have died without a doubt. Yixing's super brain worked quickly. In an instant, he sorted out all the causes and effects. He blamed himself for his carelessness. Brother Black Tiger. Yixing looked at the back of the Black Tiger King and walked up. There was no need for thanks between them, but Yixing's tone was filled with gratitude. The Black Tiger King looked back at Yixing and said, "Brother Yixing, you really made people wait. So many people have waited for you for half a year." Chapter 642. Not long after Yixing entered the Starry Hall, the people from the Great Yuan dynasty arrived. Supremacy Qinyu also reported the news of Yixing's return to the Dark Star sect immediately. The Dark Star sect investigated Yixing's whereabouts. The commotion caused by the Great Yuan dynasty naturally attracted the attention of the Dark Star sect. Therefore, the experts of the two factions faced each other at the old site of the Starfall sect. The Great Yuan dynasty wanted to wait for Yixing to come out and kill him. The Dark Star sect wanted to wait for Yixing to come out and save him. Neither side retreated. Of course, they waited for more than half a year. When the two opposing factions faced each other, the smell of gunpowder was naturally very strong. At the beginning, both sides fought every day. There was a small battle every day and a big battle every 3 days. However, the Great Yuan dynasty's target was Yixing. They had not seen their target yet and were unwilling to fight with the Dark Star sect. The Dark Star sect was weaker than the Great Yuan dynasty and did not want to start an all-out war with them. Therefore, the battle did not spread. As time passed, they waited for Yixing but did not come out. They waited for Yixing but did not come out. Both sides were getting impatient and the battles became fewer and fewer. In the past 10 days, both sides did not fight. The Great Yuan dynasty's supreme king, Meng Tai, personally moved out. He even brought a bunch of kings and supremacies with him. They waited for more than half a year just to wait for one person. Imagine how angry they were. If not for the fact that Yixing was the demon star in troubled times and had an extraordinary identity that concerned the survival of the Great Yuan dynasty, the Great Yuan dynasty would have retreated long ago. Ever since Yixing's performance in the Starry Sky Arena, the Supreme King Meng Tai firmly believed in the words of the imperial advisor Si Kongyan. He believed that the Great Yuan dynasty would be destroyed because of Yixing in the future. His killing intent towards Yixing was as firm as a rock. He would not give up until he killed Yixing. Therefore, after confirming that Yixing had indeed entered the secret ground, the Supreme King Meng Tai naturally had to wait for Yixing to come out so that he could get rid of Yixing as soon as possible. The Supreme King Meng Tai refused to back down. Since the Black Biao King wanted to protect Yixing, he naturally couldn't back down either. Furthermore, the news of Yixing becoming a venerable and killing a 4-star venerable had reached the Dark Star sect and attracted their attention. Yixing's performance had surpassed that of any genius in the history of the Star Continent. Even the martial artists who did not approve of the Demon Star in chaotic times had changed their opinions because of Yixing's heaven-defying performance. The Black Tiger King reported the news about Yixing to his master, the Sovereign Sect's master of the Dark Star sect, and he obtained the support of the Sovereign Sect's master. Only with the orders of the Sovereign Sect's master was the Black Tiger King able to gather the forces of the Dark Star sect and go against the Daryuan dynasty. Otherwise, even though the Black Tiger King's strength was formidable, he was unable to go against the entire Daryuan dynasty by himself. Yixing walked over to stand by the Black Tiger King's side, and then his gaze swept past the members of the Dark Star sect, the Daryuan dynasty, and the others before he said with surprise, "So many people have been waiting here for half a year?" The Black Tiger King nodded and said, "If they don't back down, then we can't back down. Confronting each other here and fighting battles occasionally isn't very boring." The Black Tiger King spoke casually, but Yixing was very clearly aware of how it felt to have so many people wait here for half a year. Through this incident, Yixing was even clearly aware of how firm the Supreme King Meng Tai's confidence in eliminating him was. When he saw Yixing's serious expression, the Black Tiger King thought that Yixing was afraid of the forces the Daryuan dynasty had put on, and he said with a smile, "Little brother Yixing, you don't have to worry. With me, Black Tiger, here, your safety is absolutely not a problem." As he spoke, the Black Tiger King patted his chest. "Black Tiger, you're a 3-star king, yet you're calling a brat who's still wet behind the ears. Don't you feel irritated? You've completely thrown away the face of a king. The Supreme King Meng Tai snorted coldly, and his tone was very displeased. Yi Xing will definitely become a king in the future, and become the hero who destroyed the Daryuan dynasty. Why can't I call him my brother? This is my honor, hee hee. The Black Tiger King chuckled and raised his head slightly, saying, I'll call whoever I like brother. Meng Tai, don't look at how you're a few hundred years older than me. I'm not interested in calling you my brother, haha. The Supreme King Meng Tai's expression instantly became gloomy as he shouted, I am the Supreme King, the only 4-star king in the Star Continent, the ruler of the Daryuan dynasty. You're the one who's not worthy to call me your brother. The Black Tiger King waved his hand and said, Don't speak so much nonsense. Meng Tai, with me, Black Tiger, here today, no matter how many people your Daryuan dynasty has, you won't be able to touch a single strand of his hair. You should all retreat as soon as possible. Don't make any useless moves. The Supreme King Meng Tai's gaze swept across the martial artists of the Dark Star sect and said, For Yi Xing's life, all of you have to pay the price with your lives. Is it worth it? Meng Tai's voice was like a blade, ruthlessly slicing into the hearts of the martial artists of the Dark Star sect. The Dark Star sect had people like the Black Tiger King who had long believed that the Demon Star of Chaos could overthrow the Daryuan dynasty. From the beginning to the end, they had stood firmly by the Black Tiger King's side. However, there were also many martial artists of the Dark Star sect who didn't agree with the theory of the Demon Star of Chaos. Although Yi Xing's heaven-defying performance had made them believe that Yi Xing was indeed the Demon Star of Chaos, it didn't mean that they were willing to sacrifice their lives for this Demon Star of Chaos. Therefore, the Supreme King Meng Tai's words had a huge impact on the martial artists of the Dark Star sect. Yi Xing's reaction was very sharp. He immediately saw that many of the martial artists of the Dark Star sect were struggling. Compared to the Daryuan dynasty, the Dark Star sect was still slightly weaker. If they fought an all-out war, the Dark Star sect would definitely be at a disadvantage. Everyone could see the Supreme King Meng Tai's desire to kill Yi Xing. He wouldn't rest until he killed Yi Xing. Given Meng Tai's desire to kill, as long as he could kill Yi Xing, he wouldn't hesitate even if he had to start an all-out war with the Dark Star sect. When the Black Tiger King saw that Meng Tai's words had shaken the hearts of the martial artists of the Dark Star sect, he sneered and shouted, Are the lives of the martial artists of the Daryuan dynasty not lives in your eyes? They have no grudges with Yi Xing. Just because of your desire to kill, they will spill their blood and give up their lives. Is this worth it? The Supreme King Meng Tai's words were like knives and swords cutting at the heart. How could the Black Tiger King's words not be the same? Yi Xing had the protection of the Dark Star sect. If Meng Tai wanted to take Yi Xing's life, he could only make use of the Daryuan dynasty's advantage in numbers to start an all-out war with the Dark Star sect. Once an all-out war broke out, the Dark Star sect would definitely be at a disadvantage since they were weaker. However, wouldn't the Daryuan dynasty lose people? When 2 3-star forces started an all-out war with numerous kings attacking, who could guarantee that they wouldn't die except for a few peak experts? Even a king realm cultivator could die in such a battle. The martial artists of the Daryuan dynasty naturally cherished their lives. The Black Tiger King's words were like a heavy hammer in their hearts. They weren't willing to start a war. Chapter 643 That if an all-out war broke out, both sides would suffer casualties. It was just a matter of numbers. Who could be sure that they wouldn't be among those who died in the war? Therefore, neither the Dark Star sect nor the Great Yuan dynasty wanted to start a war. However, the decision-making power was never decided by numbers. It was in the hands of the paramount king, Meng Tai. To the paramount king, Yi Xing threatened the foundation of the Great Yuan dynasty. As long as he could kill Yi Xing, any price would be worth it. The Supreme King Meng Tai's gaze was as sharp as a knife. He swept his gaze over the martial artists of the Great Yuan dynasty. Everyone could feel the killing intent in Meng Tai's eyes. Immediately, they all put on an aggressive front. It was as if they were ready to fight the Dark Star sect. However, one of the Supremes didn't have time to hide the fear in his heart. The Paramount King, Meng Tai, saw it. The Paramount King, Meng Tai, shouted coldly, "Are you afraid?" When a war broke out, even a king could die. Although a supremacy was considered an expert, in an all-out war, he wasn't much stronger than cannon fodder. Of course, he was afraid. This supremacy managed to calm himself down and advised, "Once the war breaks out, there will be countless casualties. Paramount King, please reconsider." The Paramount King, Meng Tai, raised his eyebrows and struck out with his palm. A palm print instantly flew above this supremacy and smashed him into meat paste. Trash. What's the use of keeping you alive? The Paramount King, Meng Tai, said coldly. All the great Yuan dynasty's martial artists felt a chill run down their spines. A king of the Meng royal family saw the opportunity and shouted, "We pledge our lives to obey the Paramount King's orders and kill the traitor Yixing." All the great Yuan dynasty's martial artists made up their minds and raised their arms. "We pledge our lives to obey the Paramount King's orders and kill the traitor Yixing. We pledge our lives to obey the Paramount King's orders and kill the traitor Yixing." Their voices were uniform, and their aura was overwhelming. The Supreme King, Meng Tai, had absolute authority in the Great Yuan dynasty. In this aspect, he was much stronger than the Black Biao King in the Dark Star sect. Although the Black Tiger King's position in the Dark Star sect was high, he was not the sect master. However, even if he was the Dark Star sect master, he could not make all the martial practitioners in the sect risk their lives with a single order. There was a fundamental difference between the rule of a sect and the rule of a government. Faced with the surging aura of the Great Yuan dynasty cultivators, many of the Dark Star sect cultivators revealed looks of fear. In such a state, once the battle began, many of them would definitely flee. Calm down. There are no cowards in my Dark Star church. Ever since we established our church, we have been fighting against the Great Yuan dynasty for over 1,000 years. When have we ever been afraid? Your ancestors have all fought with the experts of the Great Yuan dynasty before. When have they ever been scared off? An old voice rang out from a mountain peak in the distance. An expert of the Dark Star sect exclaimed with surprise. It's the Sovereign Sect's master. The Sovereign Sect's master is with us. That's right. Our ancestors were never afraid. We can't lose face for our ancestors. Fuck. It's not for Yixing but for the dignity of the Dark Star sect. For the sake of our pride, the Great Yuan dynasty is nothing. I'm not afraid. All the martial practitioners in the Dark Star sect roared loudly. Their voices were powerful, and some of the martial practitioners who were originally afraid felt the hot blood in their hearts awaken when they heard the roars of the people by their sides, causing them to become strong. Even though there were still some people who were afraid, it was only a small portion of them. The Black Tiger King heaved a sigh of relief when the Sovereign Sect's master spoke out to stabilize the situation. Even though he was strong, he usually didn't care about anything, so his prestige in the Dark Star sect wasn't very high. No matter what he said, it couldn't compare to the Sovereign Sect's master. The Supreme King, Meng Tai, had a firm expression, and he didn't change at all because of the rising morale of the Dark Star sect. The Supreme King, Meng Tai, swept his gaze and roared. I swear that I won't stop until Yixing is dead. If your Dark Star sect doesn't hand over Yixing, then I'll annihilate your Dark Star sect today and make all of you accompany Yixing in death. The Supreme King, Meng Tai, raised his arm, and the hearts of the martial practitioners on both sides instantly leaped up to their throats. So long as the Supreme King gave the order, this place would immediately become hell on earth. Corpses would pile up into mountains and blood would flow into rivers. The Black Tiger King was slightly nervous as well. An all-out battle between both sides wasn't the outcome he wanted. He roared loudly. Meng Tai, you know my ability. If I want to take Yixing away, then none of you can stop me. Your target is Yixing, and once I take Yixing away, the martial practitioners of the Great Yuan dynasty will die for nothing. Is there any meaning to this battle? The Supreme King, Meng Tai, couldn't help but hesitate when he heard this. His target was Yixing. As long as he could kill Yixing, he felt that any price he had to pay would be worth it. However, if he couldn't kill Yixing, would it be worth it to pay such a huge price? The answer was yes, it wasn't. Although the Dark Star sect's strength wasn't comparable to the Great Yuan dynasties, a three-star faction that had developed for over 1,000 years couldn't be underestimated. Even if the Great Yuan dynasty could win this battle, it would still be a huge loss to kill 1,000 enemies and inflict heavy losses on themselves. It would definitely cause the Great Yuan dynasty to suffer a great loss. If they could kill Yixing, then the losses would be worth it. However, if they couldn't kill Yixing, then wouldn't the losses be for nothing? Thinking about whether it was worth it or not, the Supreme King, Meng Tai's fighting spirit instantly cooled down. However, when the Supreme King, Meng Tai, thought about it from a different angle, the sharpness in his eyes suddenly intensified. Yixing was a demonic star in troubled times. For the future of the Great Yuan dynasty, Yixing had to be eliminated. Now that Yixing was right in front of him, how could he give up just because of the Dark Star sect's obstruction? If news of this were to spread, others would think that he, the Supreme King, was afraid of the Dark Star sect. What a joke! He was the Supreme King, the ruler of the Great Yuan dynasty, the ruler of the entire Star Land. How could he be afraid of the Dark Star sect? Even if it wasn't to kill Yixing, for the sake of his face and dignity, he couldn't give up just because of the Dark Star sect's obstruction. For the sake of his face and the dignity of the Great Yuan dynasty, the fighting spirit in Meng Tai's eyes had reached its limit. He was about to give the order to start the battle. Wait! Yixing had been paying attention to the changes in the Supreme King's emotions all this time. Seeing this, he shouted loudly. Yixing knew that at this point, the Dark Star sect's persistence and the Great Yuan dynasty's persistence no longer focused on him, Yixing. Instead, it had become a matter of face and dignity for both parties. The Dark Star sect didn't retreat not because the people of the Dark Star sect were willing to risk their lives with Yixing, but because of their dignity. The Supreme King, Meng Tai, insisted on fighting not because he wanted his subordinates to die meaninglessly, but also because of his dignity. Since the main point was no longer Yixing, this matter was easy to handle. In fact, both parties didn't want to start the battle. It was just that they didn't have a way out. As long as they gave each other a way out, the matter would be resolved. The Supreme King, Meng Tai's gaze landed on Yixing. His hand that was about to wave down paused in midair. He said, "Do you have anything to say? Do you want to surrender?" Chapter 644. Surrender. Ha! Yixing chuckled. Suddenly, his eyes were like lightning as his aura surged. "Damning Supreme King, do you dare to make a bet with me?" The martial artists of the Great Yuan dynasty and Dark Star sect were shocked. At this critical moment, Yixing actually wanted to make a bet with the Supreme King Meng Tai. Bet on what? The damning Supreme King glanced coldly at Yixing and said, "What qualifications do you have to make a bet with me? What do you have that's worth me making a bet with you?" His voice was filled with disdain and even anger. He was the Supreme King, a 4-star king. On the other hand, Yixing was only a 3-star venerable. The two of them were on completely different levels. Although Yixing was the demon star of troubled times and was someone that the Supreme King Meng Tai had to kill, he had never placed Yixing on the same level as him. A mere 3-star venerable dared to make a bet with him. This ignited the rage in Meng Tai's heart. The killing intent in his eyes intensified as he was about to give the order. However, the damning Supreme King's arm had already swung down. Yixing immediately shouted, "You don't dare." The moment these words came out, the damning Supreme King's arm froze in the void. His eyes were like lightning as he stared at Yixing and said coldly, "Why wouldn't I dare? You're the one who's not worthy." The Black Tiger King was also shocked by Yixing's words. He immediately sent a voice transmission to Yixing, "Yixing, the situation isn't good now. Why do you have to anger Meng Tai? The angrier he is, the harder it will be for you to escape. When the battle starts later, don't make a move. Stay close to me and I'll bring you out. Don't cause any trouble. Yixing smiled at the Black Tiger King and did not explain further. He continued to speak to the damning Supreme King. I'm the demon star of troubled times. Your great Yuan dynasty will be destroyed by me, Yixing. Why wouldn't I have the qualifications? Besides, you said that I don't have anything to bet with you. Wrong. Don't you want my life? Then I'll bet my life with you. How about it? Your life. The Supreme King Meng Tai blinked his eyes, revealing a sliver of interest. He lowered his arm that was raised in the air. His snake-like eyes stared at Yixing as he said, betting your life? This prince is rather interested. Tell me, how do you want to bet? Yixing smiled faintly and said, the great Yuan dynasty has unified the world. The Meng royal family stands at the peak of the great Yuan dynasty. They are definitely powerful and have many geniuses. No matter which realm they are in, there will always be people with extremely powerful strength that far surpasses ordinary warriors of the same realm. The Supreme King Meng Tai raised his head slightly and said, of course. The great Yuan dynasty's cultivators also revealed complacent expressions. Some things could not be understood unless one saw it with their own eyes. Naturally, they did not have much confidence in Yixing's strength. Moreover, as one's cultivation increased, the difficulty of challenging someone of a higher realm would also increase. Even if Yixing had indeed killed a 4-star venerable when he was a 1-star venerable, now that he had become a 3-star venerable, he might not necessarily be able to fight against a 6-star venerable. Taking a step back, Yixing did indeed have the strength to challenge a 6-star venerable. However, the great Yuan dynasty was filled with geniuses. Could it be that there were no 6-star venerable geniuses that could challenge a 6-star venerable? Even though they were all 6-star venerables, there was still an enormous difference in strength. Yixing was not challenging a 6-star venerable. He was challenging any one of them. If the great Yuan dynasty chose the strongest 6-star venerable to fight against Yixing, then wouldn't Yixing be dead? The Dark Star Church's cultivators were dumbfounded. Countless thoughts flashed through their minds. In the end, they could only think of one word, idiot. The great Yuan dynasty's cultivators were also shocked. They simply could not believe that someone would issue such a challenge. This was simply a suicidal challenge. He was actively seeking death. In the Meng royal clan, there were many 6-star venerables. Among them, there were those with ordinary strength, those with powerful strength, and those with strength that could sweep away those of the same realm. There was even a combat genius that could contend against a 7-star venerable. No one believed that Yixing, a mere 3-star venerable, could defeat all the 6-star venerables of the Meng royal clan. This was simply impossible. The great Meng king, Meng Tai, narrowed his eyes as he looked at Yixing. He wanted to see through Yixing's background and see through Yixing's actual strength. Although this was impossible, a suicidal challenge, a foolish challenge, Meng Tai found it very difficult to associate Yixing with a foolish person. Unfortunately, Yixing's expression remained the same. Meng Tai was unable to see anything. Yixing was like a deep pool of water. He was unable to see through it. Chapter 645. The Supreme King Meng Tai did not rashly make a decision. He just looked at Yixing. Yixing chuckled and said, could it be that the Supreme King really doesn't dare to? Indeed, although the mid-level venerables of the Meng royal family aren't weak, in front of me, Yixing, they are just a bunch of chickens and dogs. Not sending them to their deaths is the right thing to do. How about this, if you don't dare to challenge one, I'll challenge 10. How about it? Ha! I, Yixing, will challenge 10 mid-level venerables of your Meng royal family. I'll accept their challenge. Great Supreme King of the Meng royal family, I'll fight 10 of you. Do you dare to make a bet with me? You bunch of chickens and dogs of the Meng royal family, I'll fight 10 of you. Do you dare to accept my challenge? Yi Xing's tone was impassioned. He looked down on the martial artists of the Meng royal family to the extreme. The martial artists of the Dark Star sect were dumbfounded by Yi Xing's words. As for the martial artists of the Great Yuan dynasty, they were all furious. This was especially true for the martial artists of the Meng royal family. They had never been looked down upon before. They were so angry that they were jumping like thunder. At this point, even the Supreme King, Meng Tai, felt his face burning as hot blood rushed to his head. The Supreme King Meng Tai widened his eyes and yelled, "Good. Since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish and make a bet with you." Yi Xing was overjoyed. Since he had agreed to the bet, the battle situation today would naturally be resolved. As for the life and death battle with the mid-level venerables of the Meng royal family, Yi Xing seemed like a suicidal challenge to others. However, in Yi Xing's heart, this was a challenge that he would definitely win. The reason why Yi Xing only challenged the mid-level venerables was because he did not plan to reveal his strength in his dragon form. He only wanted to fight in his human form. However, if the mid-level venerables of the other party had heaven-defying battle strength that was not inferior to a 7 or 8-star venerable lord, then Yi Xing could only reveal his dragon form and kill them. Therefore, no matter what, Yi Xing would definitely win this battle. Using a challenge that he was sure to win to get rid of the dangerous situation in front of him, why not? After the Supreme King Meng Tai finished speaking, he continued after a while, "Since it's a battle of life and death, let's set a time, place, and rules." Because of the confrontation with the Dark Star sect, the martial practitioners brought by the Supreme King Meng Tai were mostly kings and high lords. 1st to 6th level astral reaching realm venerables were in the minority. Moreover, the strongest 6-star venerables were not present. Naturally, they would have to fight another time. Furthermore, the Supreme King Meng Tai did not believe that Yi Xing's strength was truly so heaven-defying that he could sweep through the 6-star venerables of the Meng clan. He believed that Yi Xing had some other backing. For example, obtaining some powerful forbidden weapons from ancient ruins, or some terrifying talismans, or some pills that could increase one's cultivation in a short period of time. Yi Xing had gone to mid-level star continents before. It would not be strange for him to obtain forbidden weapons, talismans, pills, and other treasures. Therefore, the battle of life and death had to set the rules. What could be used and what could not be used had to be agreed upon. Whoever broke the rules would be considered the loser. And in a battle of life and death, losing meant death. The Supreme King Meng Tai wanted to set the rules, and Yi Xing was happy to do so. The Great Yuan dynasty had a deep foundation. Yi Xing was not afraid that they had some powerful treasures. Yi Xing said, "Set the time 1 month from today, the location." Yi Xing looked at Black Biao King and said, "Brother Black Biao, you decide on the location." Yi Xing's safety was in Black Biao King's hands. Black Biao King could decide where he felt was suitable. Black Biao King said, "Green Cloud Mountain." In the past, the founding ancestor of our sect had once fought a great battle with the Daiyuan Supreme King, Meng Yi, in the Azure Cloud Mountain range. The victor was still undecided. This time, Yi Xing, you will represent our Dark Stars sect and determine the victor between us and the Daiyuan Empire. Yi Xing nodded. All right. The Supreme King Meng Tai said, "The battle in the Green Cloud Mountain is fine, but not for too long. I'll give you half a month at most to prepare. The battle of life and death on the 3rd of March. Battle." The martial artists of the Great Yuan dynasty shouted in unison. The Supreme King Meng Tai continued, "In this battle of life and death, other than weapons and armor, you're prohibited from using any external objects. Forbidden weapons, talismans, and pills are all prohibited. If you break the rules, you'll be considered the loser and killed." As he spoke, the Supreme King Meng Tai stared at Yi Xing. His eyes revealed a meaning, "Don't try to play any tricks. It's useless." Yi Xing saw this and pretended to be slightly surprised. However, it was only revealed for a moment before it disappeared. Although the change in expression was very slight, Yixing believed that the Supreme King Meng Tai must have seen it. The more he restrained himself, the more the other party would believe him and feel that he was right. Yixing's expression was calm as he said, "Weapons and armor can only be mystic grade middle grade at most. The use of mystic grade high grade weapons and armor is prohibited." The Supreme King Meng Tai chuckled and said, "No problem." Mystic grade high grade weapons were rare even for the kings of the Star Continent. They were too powerful. Middle grade venerables could not control them at all. Half a month later, in the Green Cloud Mountain, Yixing challenged 10 middle grade venerables of the Great Yuan dynasty. This battle of life and death was confirmed. "Yixing, half a month later, you'll die without a burial ground." Ha! The Supreme King Meng Tai laughed and waved his hand. "Retreat." He led the martial artists of the Great Yuan dynasty and left. At this point, the martial artists of the Dark Star sect could finally relax. Just now, both sides were confronting each other. Even if the agreement proposed by Yixing made the martial artists of the Dark Star sect feel that he was courting death and were shocked, the string in their hearts had been pulled taut. The Black Biao King withdrew his gaze from the distance and patted Yixing's shoulder. "Brother Yixing, this bet of yours is too dangerous. How confident are you?" Yixing smiled faintly and extended a finger. The Black Biao King's eyes widened. He said in shock, 10%. Are you kidding me? You dare to make such a bet with 10% confidence? Yixing shook his head and said, "It's 100%. Brother Black Biao, just wait for the show. Half a month later, watch how I crush those bullshit experts of the Great Yuan dynasty." The corner of Yixing's mouth curled up. His words were full of confidence. 100%? The Black Biao King's eyes were still wide open, but his expression was one of surprise. He said, "Are you sure? You're not tricking me just to make me feel at ease, right?" Yixing nodded. "I'm definitely not tricking you. Don't worry." Yixing thought to himself. Originally, he wanted to fight after a month to see if there was any hope of him breaking through to the 4-star venerable realm. That way, he would be able to easily crush them. Now that there was only half a month until the battle, breaking through to the 4-star venerable realm was basically impossible. However, it didn't matter. Yixing still had the dragon form as his trump card. This life and death battle was absolutely safe. The Black Biao King clapped his hands and said happily, "That's good. However, just to be safe, you still have to raise your strength as much as possible in this half a month. You've already become a venerable and can cultivate the Dark Star Xian body. In this half a month, the Dark Star Pagoda is yours." Chapter 646. The news of Yixing challenging the Meng dynasty spread like wildfire under the intentional spread of the Black Tiger King's men. Since Yixing had full confidence in winning this life and death gamble, the Black Tiger King naturally wanted to make a big deal out of it. He wanted everyone in the world to know about this battle and pay attention to it, creating a huge wave of momentum. Yixing, a 3-star venerable, had challenged 10 mid-level venerables of the Meng dynasty. Such a challenge was suicidal in the eyes of the cultivators. If Yixing won in the end, the result could be imagined. That would definitely shake the entire Star Continent. It would be a huge blow to the Great Yuan dynasty's power. At that time, the rumor of the demonic star in chaotic times would definitely shock every cultivator. Once they believed that the demonic star in chaotic times would definitely destroy the Great Yuan dynasty, what confidence would they have in the Great Yuan dynasty? When the majority of the cultivators in the Star Continent lost confidence in the Great Yuan dynasty, then the Great Yuan dynasty's momentum would gain the upper hand. What was momentum? What was luck? The general trend was where the hearts of the people were, and where the hearts of the people were, it was the general trend. Going with the general trend was like the sun in the sky. If one's luck went against the general trend, it would be difficult to do anything. One would be obstructed everywhere. Naturally, one would be extremely unlucky. Although the rumor of the demonic star in chaotic times had already spread throughout the star continent, it was only because of the influence of the Dark Stars sect in the East Divine Continent that many factions chose to go against the Great Yuan dynasty. However, the other three continents still believed in the strength of the Great Yuan dynasty, and the hearts of the ancient martial art practitioners still leaned towards the Great Yuan dynasty. As for the Middle Sky continent, needless to say, the cultivators had absolute faith in the Great Yuan dynasty. They did not believe that the demonic star in chaotic times could destroy the Great Yuan dynasty. Therefore, the current momentum of the world was still with the Great Yuan dynasty. Even though Yixing had obtained the destiny of the star continent in the Starry Sky arena, the Great Yuan dynasty's actions were still like a hot knife through butter. Their luck was rather good. The Black Biao King's current momentum was to break the Great Yuan dynasty's momentum and cause it to be plagued with misfortune. When the cultivators from all over the star continent lost confidence in the Great Yuan dynasty, they would naturally turn to the Dark Star sect. Even if they only remained neutral, it would still be a great loss to the Great Yuan dynasty. While the news was rapidly spreading throughout the star continent, Yixing had already returned to the Dark Star Church. Wei Qingxian had already broken through to the astral reaching realm more than half a year ago. Since then, she has been in closed-door training. You only have less than half a month of training time, so don't disturb her. Focus on training the Dark Star Xian body and increase your strength as much as possible. When Yixing asked about Wei Qingxian, the Black Biao King said as he brought Yixing to the Dark Star Pagoda. Lord Emissary, the young hierarch is inside. The tower guardian, Zhou Kunshan, walked over. The Black Biao King's gaze landed on the Dark Star Pagoda, and he asked, "How long has he been inside?" Zhou Kunshan said, "It's been a few hours." The Black Biao King said, "It should be out soon. Let's wait for a while." Although Yixing was pressed for time, he could afford to wait for 2 to 4 hours. Zhou Kunshan said, "The young hierarch's cultivation base has broken through to the 7th level of the astral reaching realm. I estimate that he has been training in the pagoda for quite some time. Lord Emissary, if we wait, we might have to wait for 2 or 3 days." Yixing remembered that when he first came to the Dark Star Pagoda, he had just finished participating in the East Divine Continent's Genius Competition and entered the Blood Edge Empire Academy. He was 19 years old at that time, and just happened to meet the Dark Star Church's young hierarch, Zhui Yupeng. At that time, Zhui Yupeng was 29 years old, and had just broken through to the 6th-star Venerable Realm. The Black Biao King said that he had broken the Dark Star Church's record. At that time, Yixing felt that Zhui Yupeng's cultivation speed was heaven-defying. Now, 2 years had passed, and Zhui Yupeng was already 31 years old. He had already broken through to the 7th star Venerable Lord Realm, and still maintained the Dark Star Church's cultivation record. Moreover, he had high hopes of becoming a 7th star Venerable Lord before the age of 35. He had high hopes of becoming the first person to become a king before the age of 40. However, things had changed with the passage of time. Yixing was no longer as amazed by Zhui Yupeng's cultivation speed as he had been 2 years ago. 2 years ago, Yixing had still been fighting against astral realm enlightened masters. In Yixing's eyes, Zhui Yupeng had been extremely powerful. But now, even though Zhui Yupeng had become a 7th star Venerable Lord, Yixing didn't feel the slightest bit of fear. In these 2 years, Yixing had grown far too much. He had seen far too much. There was no one in the star continent that could make him feel amazed. On the contrary, he had become a person that all the martial artists in the star continent would marvel at. "Old Zhou, tell him to come out." The Black Biao King waved his hand when he heard Zhou Kunshan say that he would have to wait for 2 or 3 days. He could wait for 2 or 4 hours, or even a few hours, but the Black Biao King couldn't let Yixing wait for 2 or 3 days no matter what. The battle had been set for the 3rd day of the 3rd month. Yixing's time was very tight. At most, he would only be able to cultivate for 10 or so days. The Black Biao King knew that Yixing's physique was special. He could absorb the dark star energy endlessly to strengthen his body. As long as he had enough time, he would be able to cultivate the dark star Xian body to a very high level. What Yixing needed now was time. The battle on the third day of the third month was a matter of great importance. The Black Biao King had already sent people to spread the news throughout the entire star continent. When the time came, all the martial arts forces of the star continent would pay attention to this battle. This battle had to be won, they could not afford to lose. If they won, they would break the Great Yuan dynasty's momentum and achieve the Black Biao King's goal. If they lost, they would instead help the Great Yuan dynasty. Furthermore, Yixing would lose his life, and the Great Yuan dynasty would be as stable as a mountain. Zhou Kunchen was in a difficult position. He said, "Lord Emissary, the young sect master is different from Shimen Zhu. Do you want to force him out as well?" The Black Biao King patted Zhou Kunchen's shoulder and said, "Just do it. When he comes out, I can apologize to him. However, Yixing's time is tight. He must obtain the Dark Star Pagoda." Yixing said, "Brother Black Biao, you don't have to force me. I can wait for 2 or 3 days." Yixing had his own trump card. Even if he did not cultivate the Dark Star Xian body, he was confident that he could win this battle. However, the Black Biao King was not Yixing. The Black Biao King did not know what kind of trump card Yixing had. He only knew that Yixing's challenge was very risky. Even if Yixing said that he was confident, he was still worried. Therefore, as long as there was a glimmer of hope to make Yixing's strength stronger, the Black Biao King would not give up. The Black Biao King said, "After this period of time, Zhuo Yupeng can cultivate however he wants. He doesn't have anything important to do. If he also has a life and death battle with the Dark Star sect, I will also eliminate the others and let him cultivate alone in the Dark Star Pagoda. Old Zhou, go. This battle is very important. As the young sect master of our sect, Zhuo Yupeng knows the importance of this matter. He can understand." "All right." Zhou Kunchen nodded and came to the side of the Dark Star Pagoda. He took out a token and pressed it on the formation that enveloped the Dark Star Pagoda. Soon, a light flashed and a figure appeared, pushed out by the Dark Star Pagoda. Chapter 647. Zhou Kunchen. Zhuo Yupeng roared as soon as he came out of the Dark Star Pagoda. He was the young sect master, someone who would take over the position of sect master in the future. Yet, he was actually forced out of the Dark Star Pagoda while cultivating. One could imagine the fury in his heart. After roaring, Zhuo Yupeng saw the Black Biao King and Yixing, and his expression relaxed. Zhuo Yupeng suppressed his anger and said, "I was wondering who it was that dared to force me out of the Dark Star Pagoda. So it's Uncle Black Biao. No wonder." Although he was unwilling, Zhuo Yupeng's words revealed his fear of the Black Biao King. The Black Biao King and Meng Tai's battle had been evenly matched, shocking the world. This battle also let the people of the Dark Star sect know that the Black Biao King's battle strength was not inferior to the damning Supreme King. This caused the Black Biao King's status in the Dark Star sect to increase greatly. Even the sect master of the Dark Star sect had to be courteous to the Black Biao King after knowing his battle strength. In the martial world, strength was respected. The position of sect master of the Dark Star sect had indeed increased his status by quite a bit. However, in the face of absolute strength, he had no choice but to back down. Even the sect master of the Dark Star sect had to be courteous to the Black Biao King. Although Zhuo Yupeng was proud and arrogant, he was still wary of the Black Biao King. After all, even if he became a 3-star king in the future, his strength might not be comparable to the Black Biao King. Of course, being wary was one thing. Zhuo Yupeng's status was extraordinary after all. He was the future sect master and also a monstrous genius. He would not be willing to lower his head to the Black Biao King. His words revealed a hint of jealousy. The Black Biao King said, "Yixing's time is tight. In this half a month, the Dark Star Pagoda has priority for him to cultivate. Yupeng, I'll have to trouble you." "Sorry." Zhuo Yupeng's jade-like brows furrowed slightly. Could it be that in Uncle Black Biao's eyes, his time is tight, and I have so much free time that I don't have to cultivate? Zhuo Yupeng had entered the Dark Star Pagoda a few hours ago and did not know that Yixing had broken through to 3-star Venerable and had a duel with the damning Supreme King. However, Zhuo Yupeng had already heard the news of Yixing in the Qingyu Empire. As the number one genius of the Dark Star Church, Zhuo Yupeng was extremely displeased and envious that Yixing had become an exalted so quickly and possessed such heaven-defying strength. Zhuo Yupeng had always believed that if there was a demon star in troubled times, then it could only be him. When he first met Yixing, he was filled with contempt for Yixing. Now that Yixing had matured, his performance had become more and more outstanding, which was something that Zhuo Yupeng was very unwilling to see. Now, the Black Biao King wanted Zhou Kunchen to force him out of the Dark Star Pagoda just to make way for Yixing. This was something Zhuo Yupeng couldn't accept. Even in front of the Black Biao King, he couldn't suppress the anger in his heart. The Black Biao King said, "Compared to Yixing, your time is indeed very leisurely. Yixing has already made a bet with the damning Supreme King to challenge 10 mid-level venerables from the Meng family of Dayuan in a battle of life and death. The time will be half a month later, on the 3rd day of the 3rd month." When Zhuo Yupeng heard the first sentence and saw that the Black Biao King really compared him to Yixing, the anger in his heart burned even brighter. However, when he heard the second sentence, the anger in Zhuo Yupeng's heart dissipated and only shock remained. He was so shocked that he was dumbfounded. Challenging 10 mid-level venerables from the Meng family of Dayuan? How is this possible? Isn't this courting death? Zhuo Yupeng couldn't believe it. The Black Biao King saw Zhuo Yupeng's expression and revealed a mocking expression. Yixing is only a 3-star venerable, yet he dares to challenge any mid-level venerable from the Meng family of Dayuan. Yupeng, you are now a 7-star venerable. As long as you dare to make a bet with the damning Supreme King and challenge any venerable from the Meng family of Dayuan in a battle of life and death, I can make Yixing back down. You can cultivate in the Dark Star Pagoda every day for half a month and no one will disturb you. How about it? 3-star venerable. Zhuo Yupeng inwardly sucked in a breath of cold air. Previously, he heard that Yixing was only a 1-star venerable. He didn't expect that in just half a year, he would become a 3-star venerable. This cultivation speed was simply godly. If Yixing continued to advance by leaps and bounds, he would catch up to Zhuo Yupeng in less than 2 or 3 years. This surprised Zhuo Yupeng and made him very unhappy. However, Zhuo Yupeng changed his mind. Yixing had challenged 10 mid-level venerables from the Meng family of Dayuan. This was a suicidal challenge. Zhuo Yupeng's mood became much better. He actually dares to make such a challenge. He's simply courting death. How stupid. Why should this young master be angry over an idiot? Zhuo Yupeng thought. The corner of his mouth curled up and the unhappiness in his heart dissipated. He smiled and said, "Uncle Black Biao, I really don't dare to make such a suicidal challenge. Ha! Since this idiot is pressed for time, I'll let him cultivate in the Dark Star Pagoda. I won't bicker with a person who is about to die." Zhuo Yupeng finished speaking and glanced at Yixing with disdain before leaving. Yixing treated Zhuo Yupeng's words as fart. His mood wasn't affected by Zhuo Yupeng's words at all. On the other hand, the Black Biao King's anger immediately surged. Yixing stopped the Black Biao King. Chapter 648. As the dark figures were killed by Yixing one after another, the cultivation of the dark figures that appeared gradually increased. First, they became 2-star venerables, then 3-star venerables. When a large number of 3-star venerables were killed by Yixing, the dark figures that appeared became 4-star venerables. Yixing felt that it was a bit difficult to deal with the 4-star venerables. He was at a disadvantage in terms of strength. However, in the world of darkness, Yixing could rely on his sharp reaction and foresight to reverse the situation and kill the 4-star venerables. Every time he killed a dark figure, it would turn into pure dark star power and be absorbed by Yixing's dark star Xian body. This made Yixing's physical strength stronger and stronger. When the dark figures became 5-star venerables, Yixing's dark star Xian body was already at the entry level. It was almost on par with 4-star venerables. Relying on the black hole astrology, Yixing still relied on his physical strength to fight the dark figures and kill them. When his physical strength was exhausted, the absorption of the dark star power was even faster. Yixing's dark star Xian body cultivation progressed by leaps and bounds. Every time Yixing's mind was exhausted, he would return to the first floor to rest. After resting, he would go to the 5th floor to cultivate. Day after day passed by like this. On the 7th day, Yixing's dark star Xian body reached the limit of entry level. His physical strength could sweep away 5-star venerables. However, the dark star power of the 5-star venerables' dark figures had little effect on Yixing's dark star Xian body cultivation. Only by entering the 6th floor would he have the hope of breaking through to the initial success level. Yixing arrived at the 6th floor. The dark figures on the 6th floor ranged from 6-star venerables to half-step kings. The first dark figure that appeared was a 6-star venerables. Yixing continued to use his physical strength to fight with the black hole star, which greatly depleted his physical strength and increased the speed at which he absorbed the dark star's power. The quality of the dark star force of a 6-star venerable was indeed much higher than that of a 5-star venerable. After being absorbed by Yixing, Yixing could feel a comfortable feeling coming from his flesh and blood. It could be seen that if he continued to cultivate, his physical strength could still be improved to the level of a 6-star venerable at the very least. 2 days later, Yixing's dark star Xian body had broken through to initial success, and his strength was equivalent to a 6-star venerable. The dark star Xian body, the higher the level, the more difficult it was to cultivate. It required more dark star energy. Although the progress was still fast every day, it took longer and longer to break through a small level. When the 7-star Venerable Lord Dark figure appeared, Yixing had no choice but to use his full strength to fight it. In the end, he had to use his trump card, Dragon Form, to kill it. However, what disappointed Yixing was that the dark star energy of the 7-star Venerable Lord Dark figure was too high quality, and his body couldn't absorb it. It seemed that his cultivation of the dark star Xian body was not limitless. Currently, the 6-star Venerable's strength was the limit. Yixing retreated to the 5th floor, and then to the 6th floor. The 6-star Venerable Dark figures on the 6th floor appeared again. Every time a 7-star Venerable Lord Dark figure appeared, Yixing decisively retreated to the 5th floor. Killing a 7-star Venerable Lord was too troublesome, and he couldn't absorb their dark star energy. Yixing naturally avoided fighting with them. On the 13th day, Yixing's dark star Xian body had reached the peak of 6-star Venerable's strength. The dark star energy of the 6-star Venerable Dark figure had little effect on the dark star Xian body. Since he couldn't absorb the dark star energy of the 7-star Venerable Lord Dark figure, there was no point in continuing to cultivate. The dark star Xian body couldn't break through to the 7-star Venerable Lord level. Yixing left the dark star pagoda and saw the Black Biao King at first glance. Although the Black Biao King knew that Yixing would be cultivating in the dark astral pagoda for a long time, he didn't leave. He had been waiting all this time. He placed more importance on the life and death duel on the 3rd of March than Yixing himself. Brother Black Biao. Yixing walked in front of the Black Biao King. How's the situation? The Black Biao King asked. I've barely reached the small success stage. Yixing said. Good. The Black Biao King's eyes lit up. The dark star Xian body, even if it had only reached the small success stage, was equivalent to a 6-star Venerable strength. Since Yixing dared to challenge before, it meant that he had a lot of confidence. In addition, with such a powerful physical body, the Black Biao King finally felt relieved about this life and death battle. On the side, Zhou Kunshan looked at Yixing and sucked in a breath of cold air. He knew that Yixing had only cultivated the dark star spirit body to perfection last time. Originally, he thought that Yi Xing could cultivate the dark star Xian body to the limit of the entry stage, which was already heaven-defying. Who would have thought that Yi Xing had actually cultivated it to the small success stage? The Black Biao King patted Yi Xing's shoulder and said, "You must be tired after cultivating for so long. I'll take you to your residence. Have a good rest and prepare to slaughter the Meng family of Dayuan." Ha! True human rank martial artists could go several days and nights without sleep. Venerables and kings could persevere for even longer. Chapter 649. Dark Star Hall. The Black Tiger King brought Yi Xing here, and the higher-ups of the Dark Star sect were already gathered in the hall. At the front of the hall, there were 2 large chairs in the middle. 2 experts were sitting on them. One of them looked like a middle-aged man in his 30s, while the other had white hair and looked like an old man in his 60s. This should be where the sect master sat. Since there were 2 people sitting there, it wasn't difficult for Yi Xing to guess that they were definitely the sect master of the Dark Star sect and the sect master of the Sovereign sect. The Black Tiger King introduced, "The old man on the left is my master, King Xiaomu, the sect master of the Sovereign sect. The one on the right is my senior brother, King Star Dragon, the sect master of the Dark Star sect." Yi Xing cupped his fist and bowed to the 2 of them. "Greetings, King Xiaomu, King Star Dragon." King Xiaomu and King Star Dragon nodded and smiled. King Xiaomu said, "Yi Xing, are you confident in today's battle?" Yi Xing said, "Absolutely." King Xiaomu's eyes lit up. "Good, I'll personally protect you today. You don't have to be afraid of the great Yuan dynasty's might and not dare to kill the Meng family's cultivators. In the life and death battle, either you die or he dies. Kill as you please." The Dark Star sect has already made preparations, and we're not afraid of the damning Supreme King going berserk. Yi Xing bowed slightly. "Thank you, King Xiaomu." On the left and right of the sect master's throne, there were also 2 large chairs. The chair on the left was empty, and the chair on the right was occupied by an old woman over 60 years old. The Black Tiger King said, "Yi Xing, you've already met this person. She's the right emissary of the Dark Star sect." Shiman Manqing coldly interrupted the Black Tiger King, "Since you've already met him, there's no need to introduce him. It's hard to say whether this kid can live past today. At least, he has to live past today to be qualified for me to meet him." Shiman Manqing was over 700 years old, and she was only a few tens of years younger than the sovereign sect's master, Zhuo Xiaomu. She'd always considered herself to be a senior before the Black Tiger King, and even if the Black Tiger King's strength was already the #1 expert in the Dark Star sect, she still relied on her seniority to not give the Black Tiger King any face. Seeing this, the Black Biao King walked past Shiman Manqing. If it wasn't for etiquette, he wouldn't have bothered to introduce this crazy old woman. Below the seats of the left and right emissaries, there were 2 seats on each side of the staircase. 4 kings sat there. The Black Biao King introduced, "These 4 are the 4 great guardian Dharma kings of our sect. The 2 on the left are King Jiangong, Zhuo Jiangong, and the one below is King Qiushui, Zhuo Qiushui. The 2 on the right are Heavenly King Guan, Shiman Guantian, and the one below is Vast Sea King, Lin Sanghai." Yi Xing bowed slightly towards the 4 of them. "Greetings, Guardian Kings." The King Jiangong, King Qiushui, Heavenly King Guan, and Vast Sea King all nodded slightly. Although Shiman Guantian was a king of the Shiman clan and didn't get along with the Black Biao King because of Shiman Manqing, he couldn't act like Shiman Manqing and not give the Black Biao King any face. These 4 guardian kings were all 2-star kings, and the oldest was Lin Sanghai. He looked to be close to 60 years old, and he was probably not much younger than Shiman Manqing. As for the other 3, they were slightly younger. Some were around 40 years old, and some were around 30 years old. Zhuo Qiushui even looked to be less than 30 years old, and she was a charming young woman. Below the seats of the 4 guardian kings was the floor of the hall. There were a total of 7 seats on the left, 3 on the right, and 4 on the left, and each seat was occupied by a king. These 7 kings were the 7 elders of the Dark Star sect. In the Dark Star sect, the sect master was higher than the star emissaries, the star emissaries were higher than the guardian kings, and the guardian kings were higher than the elders. The elders were the lowest of the upper echelons. The Black Biao King introduced them one by one. The 3 on the left are Eastern Zhou King Zhuo Dongzhou, Flying Snow King Zhuo Feishue, and Shengliu King Shimen Shengliu. The 4 on the right are Golden Blade King Lin Jindao, Lanqin King Lan Xian, Chen Daochen King Ling Daochen, and Wenfeng King Zhao Wenfeng. They are the 7 elders of the sect. Yixing sized up Lanqin King and said, "Greetings, 7 elders." The Dark Star sect had a sovereign sect master, a sect master, 2 star emissaries, 4 guardian kings, and 7 elders. There were a total of 15 kings, and Yixing recognized them all. These 15 kings were the highest echelons of the Dark Star sect. Through these 15 kings, Yixing finally knew how important the Zhuo clan and the Shimen clan were in the Dark Star sect. Among the 15 kings, the Zhuo clan held 6 positions. The sect master and the sovereign sect master were both in the Zhuo clan's hands. The 4 guardian kings held 2 positions, and the 7 elders held 2 positions. As the clan passed down from the founder of the Dark Star sect, it was worthy of being called the number 1 clan. It was extremely powerful. The Shimen clan held 3 positions. Although they were inferior to the Zhuo clan, the other clans couldn't compare. The left and right emissaries held 1 position, the 4 guardian kings held another, and the 7 elders held another. The other king clans combined couldn't compare to the Zhuo clan and the Shimen clan. However, in terms of strength, the left emissary He Biao was number 1. In the world of martial arts, strength was respected. This made He Biao hold an important position in the Dark Star sect. The Shimen clan couldn't suppress him even if they wanted to. Other than Queen Lanqin, the other 6 elders all nodded and smiled at him. However, Queen Lanqin said, "Yixing, I've heard about you from Qingxian a long time ago. I've always wondered which prodigy could move Qingshuan's heart. Now that I've met you, you're indeed extraordinary. You're a dragon among men." When Yixing heard Queen Lanqin mention Wei Qingxian, he felt inexplicably happy. He said, "You flatter me, Queen Lanqin." Queen Lanqin smiled and said, "You're the demon star of troubled times. If you really have the ability to destroy the Daiyuan dynasty, how could my words be flattering? I'm afraid they're not even worthy of you. Do your best today. Win this battle and take down the Daiyuan dynasty's prestige. We'll also be able to hold our heads high." Yixing said, "I won't disappoint you, Queen Lanqin." "Humph. You make it sound nice. If we lose, it'll be the Dark Star sect's reputation." Right emissary Shimen Manqing snorted coldly and said, "You can only win this battle. If you lose, I won't forgive you." Yixing chuckled and said, "If I lose, the Meng family's martial artists won't let me live. I'm afraid I won't be able to trouble you, Queen Manqing." Black Tiger King became angry when he heard Shimen Manqing's words. He immediately changed the topic and said, "Master, have you chosen the people to go to the Azure Cloud Mountain Range?" King Xiaomu nodded and said, "Star Dragon and junior sister Manqing will oversee the sect." "He Biao, I'll go with you to the Azure Cloud Mountain Range." In addition, Jiang Gong, Sanghai, Dongzhou, Shengliu, Lanqin, and Dust Daoist will accompany us. "Yes, Sovereign Sect Master." The 6 kings stood up when they were named. King Xiaomu and He Biao were both 3-star kings. In addition, there were 2 2-star kings and 4 1-star kings. A total of 8 kings had been dispatched. It was clear that King Xiaomu attached great importance to the safety of this life and death gambling battle. Black Tiger King nodded and revealed a faint smile. He was very satisfied with the troops and camps that had been dispatched. Chapter 650. There were only 8 kings who went to the Azure Cloud Mountain Range with Yixing from the Dark Star sect. Once Yi Xing won the life and death duel, the damning Supreme King might fly into a rage out of humiliation. Therefore, the number of people sent was not the number, but the quality. They could easily withdraw. In this half a month, the Dark Star sect and the Great Yuan dynasty had set up formations in the Azure Cloud mountain range and made preparations. No one could easily defeat the other. The Dark Star sect had set up a temporary teleportation formation in the Azure Cloud mountain range. Yi Xing and the 8 kings were directly teleported to the temporary stronghold through the formation. Greetings, Sovereign Sect Master, Left Star Emissary, Guardian Kings, and Elders. When the 8 kings arrived, the cultivators guarding the temporary stronghold of the Dark Star sect all came to greet them. There were not many cultivators in the temporary stronghold, but all of them were experts. Other than the High Lords, the weakest was a mid-level High Lord. King Xiaomu looked at the 9-star High Lord in charge of the temporary stronghold and said, "Are the people from the Great Yuan dynasty here?" The 9-star High Lord said, "Not yet." King Xiaomu waved his hand and said, "Let's go." Outside the temporary stronghold, there was a tower that was about 100 feet tall. There were many seats at the top of the tower. King Xiaomu, Black Tiger King, and the other kings of the Dark Star sect all sat at the top of the tower. In front of them, there were 2 layers of formation light shields that covered an area of 10 miles. It was the location of the life and death duel. These 2 layers of formation light shields were both grade 5 formations that only had defensive effects. They were controlled by the Dark Star sect and the Great Yuan dynasty respectively. Only when both sides activated the formation at the same time could the people outside enter. Similarly, only when both sides activated the formation at the same time could the people inside come out. In this way, the possibility of others interfering in the battle was completely eliminated. Even if the damning Supreme King wanted to interfere, he would be blocked by the formation light shield. 10 miles away, there was another tall tower. It was the viewing point of the Great Yuan dynasty. Behind it was the temporary stronghold of the Great Yuan dynasty. A large number of martial practitioners had gathered in many directions outside the light shield of the formation that covered a radius of 10 miles. Yi Xing had challenged 10 middle-level honorables from the Great Yuan dynasty. In just a few days, the news had been spread to all the empires in the Star Land by the experts sent by the Black Tiger King. For such an important battle, which empire would not care about the result? Therefore, in the 5 continents of the Star Continent, all of the big empires had sent powerful warriors to watch the battle. Each of them was an astral reaching realm warrior. Of course, most of them were true human rank warriors. They were either locals of the true mystic domain or true human rank warriors from the nearby domains. These martial artists numbered in the thousands, and they were scattered in different directions. However, they all had one thing in common, which was that they were far away from the 2 towers. The 2 towers were where the kings of the Dark Star sect and the Great Yuan dynasty were watching the battle. No one dared to get close for fear of offending them. Not long after, the Great Yuan dynasty martial artists arrived. Compared to the Dark Star sect, the Great Yuan dynasty had sent out a lot more martial artists. The number of kings was more than double that of the Dark Star sect, about 20 of them. On top of that, the High Lords and Martial Highnesses had brought close to 1,000 people with them. It was a grand scene. The Great Meng Supreme King led the group of kings to the top of the tower. Looking at the tower in the distance, he laughed loudly. "Black Tiger, seems like your Dark Star sect can't wait to send that kid to his death. You've come so early." To a king, 10 li was about the same as 10 meters of an ordinary martial artist. A king's voice could instantly travel 10 li, and his gaze could even see mosquitoes 10 li away as if they were right in front of him. To the Dark Star sect's martial artists, the Sovereign sect's master, King Xiaomu, had the highest status in this group. However, in the Supreme King Meng Tai's opinion, only the Black Tiger King of the Dark Star sect was a match for him. So, he naturally spoke to the Black Tiger King, and he didn't take the other kings of the Dark Star sect seriously. Regardless of whether it was the sect master or the Sovereign sect's master. The Black Tiger King noticed the complacent expression of the Supreme King Meng Tai, and he sneered, "Meng Tai, make the best use of your time to laugh. When the battle begins, the martial artists of your Meng imperial clan will lose their lives one by one. You won't be able to laugh even if you want to. Hee hee." The Supreme King Meng Tai was obviously in a good mood, and he still laughed loudly, "Ha ha ha ha. Do you really think that kid can win 10 battles in a row? Let me tell you, that kid is dead for sure. Just wait to collect his corpse." To the Supreme King Meng Tai, so long as he could kill Yi Xing, it didn't matter even if 9 out of the 10 experts he sent out died. Even if all 10 of them died, it didn't matter so long as the last one was able to take Yi Xing down with him. It was a victory no matter how great the losses were. The Black Tiger King couldn't be bothered to argue with him, and he said, "Then let's wait and see. Where are the participants of your Meng clan?" The Supreme King Meng Tai said, "What's the hurry? You'll see. Meng Ying, you're up for the first battle." "Yes, Supreme King." A voice rang out, and a shadow walked out from the tower. Meng Ying was a 6-star venerable, and he was proficient in the mysteries of shadow within the power of darkness. He was an assassination expert, and as long as the conditions were right, he could even assassinate a 7-star venerable. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. As long as there was someone who could become Yi Xing's opponent, they would naturally be investigated by the Dark Star sect, and then they would tell Yi Xing about their characteristics. Meng Ying's strength in direct combat might not be outstanding, but his assassination techniques were impossible to guard against. Even the strongest 6-star venerables were afraid of him. Even a 7-star venerable would find it hard to feel at ease after being targeted by Meng Ying. The Supreme King Meng Tai raised his hand, and an entrance to the Great Yuan Dynasty's array formation light barrier opened. Meng Tai said, "What are you waiting for? Let them enter." Yi Xing had a total of 10 opponents, but the Supreme King, Meng Tai, had only called out Meng Ying. This made it so that no one could tell who the other opponents were, and their hearts itched unbearably. The unknown would make people curious, worried, and even a little fearful. The Supreme King Meng Tai wanted Yi Xing to be curious, worried, and fearful. The Dark Star sect's array formation restriction had been set up by the Guardian King Zhuo Jiangong, so the Black Biao King didn't rush him to open the array formation entrance. The Black Biao King said, "What's the rush? It's agreed that no one is allowed to interfere in this life and death gambling battle. No one is allowed to use forbidden weapons, pills, talismans, or weapons above the mystic level. I don't trust you. Whoever participates in the battle will have to be inspected by me first. Any forbidden items are not allowed to be brought into the venue. Moreover, I have to check their cultivation to see if it's a High Lord who has sealed his cultivation to participate in the battle. This is very possible." The Supreme King Meng Tai was furious. "Bullshit. The entire world knows about this battle, and everyone is watching. Why would my Great Yuan Dynasty play such tricks?" Chapter 651. The Supreme King Meng Tai was righteous, but the Black Biao King did not trust him. If a supremacy were to enter the battlefield with their cultivation sealed, Yi Xing would be trapped within the restrictive spell formation that enveloped an area of 5 kilometers in radius around him. Moreover, the people outside were blocked by the light barrier and would not be able to help. The Black Biao King could only watch as Yi Xing was killed by a High Lord. Even if it was not a High Lord who sealed his cultivation and was really a mid-level High Lord, what if he had a forbidden weapon on him? With the Great Yuan Dynasty's foundation, it was hard to say if they had a forbidden weapon that could kill a king, but they definitely had one that could kill a High Lord. If the participants had brought a forbidden weapon that could kill a High Lord, wouldn't Yi Xing be killed in an instant and not even his bones would be left? At that time, the Great Yuan Dynasty would naturally be despised for violating the agreement. But no matter how much they despised them, Yi Xing was already dead, and the demon's star was gone. The Supreme King of the Great Meng would probably be grinning from ear to ear. Therefore, the Black Biao King had to personally inspect every participant to ensure that no danger could occur. Since the Black Biao King insisted on inspecting, the Supreme King Meng Tai naturally could not refuse. Otherwise, this life and death gamble could not continue. In the end, the two came to an agreement. The Supreme King Meng Tai agreed to the Black Biao King's inspection, but he also had to inspect Yixing. The Black Biao King brought Yixing, and the Supreme King Meng Tai brought Meng Ying. The four of them left the towers and met above the light barrier to inspect each other. In the end, Yixing only kept the blazing profound spear, dark pattern gloves, and black profound bow in an empty storage ring. The rest of the items were given to the Black Biao King. Meng Ying did the same. She only kept the precious weapons and gave the rest to the Supreme King Meng Tai. Then, the rank 5 formation masters of both sides opened the formation and Yixing and Meng Ying entered the battlefield. Whether it was the Dark Star sect, the Great Yuan dynasty, or the other spectators, their spirits were lifted. This was a battle of life and death. There was no need for anyone to announce the start or end of the battle. As long as the members of both sides entered the battlefield, the battle would begin. It would only end when one side died. Yixing was the legendary demon star of troubled times. He was the chosen one who had seized the star continent's destiny. He was the most monstrous genius in the history of the star continent. On the other hand, Meng Ying was an expert who had made a name for himself in the Grand Yuan dynasty for many years. His assassination techniques were unpredictable and traceless. He had once succeeded in assassinating a 7th star exalt, causing all mid-level exalts to tremble in fear. Although Yixing was a monstrous genius, he was only a 3-star venerable, and he was still in his growth stage. On the other hand, Meng Ying was already famous for her fighting prowess, and she had already become a 6-star venerable several decades ago. Who would live and who would die in this battle of life and death? Apart from an extremely small number of people who had confidence in Yixing, most of the spectators felt that Yixing was striking a rock with an egg. The reason why geniuses were terrifying was because their future was terrifying, not their present. Many of the spectators were 6-star venerables. They were very wary of Meng Ying, and they even feared her. However, they felt that they were more than capable of defeating Yixing. Even some 5-star venerables felt that Yixing's strength was not comparable to theirs. How could they believe that Yixing was a match for Meng Ying? He actually dared to challenge 10 people. He would probably lose his life in the first battle. This was what most of the spectators thought. When Yixing and Meng Ying entered the battlefield, the entrance to the light barrier was immediately sealed. The space that the two of them could move in was only a radius of 10 miles. The moment Meng Ying entered the battlefield, she immediately disappeared without a trace. As for Yixing, he landed on the peak of a small mountain that was over 100 meters tall with a faint smile on his face. Yixing had already met an opponent who was proficient in the power of darkness. In the outer realm star continent, the disciples of the Dark Yin Palace that Yixing had met were indeed inferior to Meng Ying in terms of cultivation and strength. However, in terms of the subtlety of their cultivation techniques, they were much better than Meng Ying. After Yixing's super brain evolved, he could even see the figures of the Dark Yin Palace's disciples, let alone Meng Ying. Meng Ying was hiding in a valley several miles away. He was proficient in the art of assassination. Although he was a 6-star venerable and believed that he could defeat Yixing in a head-on battle, he still used the method that he was most proficient in to kill Yixing. He would first hide and wait for an opportunity to make Yixing wait until he was impatient. Then, he would make his move and kill him in one strike. Yixing didn't know how long Meng Ying would wait before he made his move. It could be an hour, or 2 hours, or even several hours. Yixing couldn't be bothered to wait. He looked at the valley several miles away and started to move. Wind energy gathered under his feet as he stepped into the air and headed towards the valley. In the valley, Meng Ying was a little dumbfounded. Why is he coming here? Did he discover me? That's impossible. Even a supremacy can only discover me when he's near me. How can he discover me when he's so far away? He must be looking for me and coincidentally came here. That must be it. It must be a coincidence. Meng Ying thought to himself. He could only accept the fact that Yixing had walked over here by coincidence. However, as Yixing got closer and closer to him, Meng Ying's heart started to beat faster. He couldn't help but suspect. Does he really know where I am? When Yixing was only 50 meters away from Meng Ying, he suddenly accelerated and pounced in a certain direction. Bang! Yixing's figure appeared 100 meters away and smashed a huge rock into pieces with a punch. Meng Ying saw this and relaxed his vigilance. He thought to himself, that's good, that's good. It's really a coincidence. I said he couldn't have discovered me. Before Meng Ying could finish his words, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. A gust of wind enveloped him, giving him a shock. After Yixing smashed the huge rock in the distance, he didn't stop at all. He turned around and rushed to Meng Ying's back and punched him. Meng Ying had just relaxed his vigilance and was completely unprepared. How could he react in time? Yixing's punch landed on his back. Whoosh! Meng Ying's body was instantly sent flying. In the blink of an eye, he flew 1,000 meters away and let out a scream. Given how powerful Yixing's body was, his punch was enough to kill any middle-grade venerable one. Even if Meng Ying was protected by a black-grade inner armor, her internal organs were still injured by the punch. She kept vomiting blood in the air. Whoosh! Yixing circulated the force of wind to the limit and used the 9 heavens astral travel technique. He was as fast as lightning and caught up with Meng Ying's retreating figure. Bang 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 bang! Yixing punched again and again. In the blink of an eye, he had punched Meng Ying 7 or 8 times. Meng Ying's body was sent flying again. His speed increased and he flew a few miles away. His internal organs were all shattered. He fell to the ground without any movement. He was already dead. Chapter 652. In the blink of an eye. From Yixing's first feint attack to shatter the boulder to Meng Ying being killed by Yixing, it was only the time of a snap of a finger. Meng Ying had never imagined that an assassin like him who was proficient in the art of assassination would actually die under Yixing's surprise attack. Meng Ying relied on sneak attacks to assassinate his targets, catching them off guard and catching them off guard. Yixing had launched a surprise attack just now, similarly catching his opponent off guard and catching them off guard. It was a different approach to killing Meng Ying. Outside the array formation's light barrier, the spectating martial artists were completely dumbfounded. The vast majority of them thought that Yixing would die under Meng Ying's hands in the first life and death battle. But the result was poles apart from their expectations. In such a short period of time, the battle had ended. Furthermore, the one who died was Meng Ying. This result caused the martial artists to find it hard to believe. They looked at Meng Ying's corpse in shock, stunned. Ha ha ha! The Black Biao King laughed loudly. He looked at the Paramount King Meng Tai and said, Meng Tai, keep laughing. Keep laughing. Can you still laugh now? The Paramount King Meng Tai's face was gloomy. Although losing Meng Ying was not a big deal and he did not care, Meng Ying being killed by Yixing in front of everyone's eyes was a loss of face for the Meng royal family. How could the Paramount King Meng Tai still laugh? The Meng royal family's martial artists all had ashen faces. Such an outcome made them very unhappy. As for the other martial artists of the Great Yuan dynasty, although they were not too unhappy because of Meng Ying's death, they still had to pretend to be indignant at this moment. As for the Dark Star Church's martial artists, they were all grinning from ear to ear. Yixing's first victory had greatly boosted their confidence. Meng Ying's forte was his ability to assassinate in the dark, catching people off guard. Without this, he was just an ordinary 6-star venerable. However, Yixing was able to discover Meng Ying's location, which perfectly countered Meng Ying's forte. Furthermore, Yixing pretended to see wrongly, causing Meng Ying to let his guard down. Then, he launched a sudden attack, catching Meng Ying off guard. That was why Yixing killed him so easily. In reality, Yixing's strength wasn't very strong among 6-star venerables. It was just that his physical strength was very strong. A king from the great Yuan dynasty commented on the battle. His voice was not loud, but it spread far and wide. All the martial artists heard his comments and nodded in understanding. Indeed. When Meng Ying saw that Yi Xing had attacked the wrong location, he let out a sigh of relief. However, he didn't expect that Yi Xing would immediately charge at him. Yi Xing is too cunning. First, he walked towards Meng Ying, causing Meng Ying to think that he had been discovered and become nervous. Then, he purposely attacked the wrong location to numb Meng Ying's nerves and make him relax. When he was nervous, he would suddenly let out a sigh of relief. That was when one's guard was at its lowest. Yi Xing seized this opportunity to suddenly attack, catching Meng Ying off guard and killing him with a quick punch. Meng Ying shouldn't have tried to assassinate him. If it was a direct confrontation, Yi Xing might not have been his match. The majority of the martial artists still did not acknowledge Yi Xing's strength. After understanding Yi Xing's strategy in the first battle, they began to discuss spiritedly. Meng Tai, are you mute? Black Biao King saw that Paramount King Meng Tai was not speaking and shouted. Paramount King Meng Tai coldly snorted and said, he has only won the first battle. Furthermore, he only won by using a sneak attack. What is there to be proud of? Meng Tai had arranged for Meng Ying to fight in the first battle. He had high hopes for Meng Ying. He wanted Meng Ying to secretly assassinate Yi Xing and obtain a beautiful victory. Didn't Yi Xing want to challenge 10 mid-level supremacies of the Meng clan? Look, he was completely ignorant and arrogant. He didn't know what was good for him. He died in the first battle. However, Meng Tai did not wait for such an outcome. Instead, Meng Ying was killed by Yi Xing's sneak attack. Then, he was mocked by Black Biao King. Black Biao King was very proud. He laughed heartily and said, in a battle of life and death, being able to kill the opponent is a victory. The lower the price, the more perfect the victory. Yi Xing easily killed Meng Ying and obtained a beautiful victory. Of course I'm proud of myself. Ha ha ha. If Yi Xing can kill the first, he can kill the second, the third, all the way to the 10th. Meng Tai, who are you going to send to their deaths? Who was he going to send to their deaths? Black Biao King's words made Meng Tai the Supreme King very unhappy. Killing intent surged in his eyes as he shouted, Meng Shan, you're up for the second battle. Kill that brat. Yes, Supreme King. A person walked out of the tower. It was a middle-aged man around 40 years old. He carried a saber on his back. Martial artists usually kept their weapons in their storage rings. When they wanted to take them out, they could take them out at any time. Usually, martial artists who carried sabers or swords on their backs were martial artists who were extremely skilled in saber or sword arts. They had a high degree of integration with their weapons. Furthermore, the martial arts they cultivated were also related to their habits. It was very likely that they carried a saber on their back because the angle of attack was suitable. Yi Xing knew this person. He was called Fast Saber Meng Shan. He was only a 4-star green life. For him to be able to cultivate to the level of a 6-star supremacy was already a fortuitous encounter. His cultivation had reached the limit, and it was impossible for him to progress any further. When his cultivation stopped progressing, Meng Shan poured all his energy into Saber Dao, pursuing the peak of saber speed. That was why he was called Fast Saber Meng Shan. His cultivation was only at the early 6th level of astral reaching realm, a level lower than Meng Ying's. However, in terms of direct confrontation, Meng Ying was a lot weaker than him. Under Meng Shan's swift saber attacks, even a peak 6-star supremacy would find it hard to resist. After Black Biao King's inspection, Meng Shan entered the battlefield. Yi Xing is dead for sure in this battle. Meng Shan's speed is extremely fast. Surprise attacks are useless, and his saber is extremely frightening. I heard that once, when he fought against a late 6th level astral reaching realm supremacy, he only needed one saber attack to kill his opponent. His speed was so fast that his opponent didn't even have time to react. Such a fast saber. Yixing is only a 3-star supremacy. How can he resist? Yixing's physical strength is very strong, but his speed can't keep up. In front of Meng Shan's saber, he can only take a beating. With Meng Shan's exquisite saber arts, once Yixing is hit, his head will either be chopped off or his vitals will be attacked. I think at most 3 saber attacks, Yixing will lose his life. Some supremacies were discussing loudly. They all came from the 12 empires of the Middle Sky continent, and were direct subordinates of the Great Yuan dynasty. Naturally, they wanted Yixing to lose his life in this battle. Inside the light barrier, Yixing and Meng Shan stood 1,000 meters apart, facing each other. With their speed, 1,000 meters was nothing more than a blink of an eye. It was no different from being a square meter. As long as they relaxed for a moment, they would suffer a fatal blow. In the first battle, Yixing was less than 100 meters away from Meng Ying. Meng Ying relaxed for a moment, and Yixing seized the opportunity to land a punch. Chapter 653. Quick Blade Meng Shan. Yixing looked at him and said, I heard that your blade is very fast, so fast that you can chop off someone's head without them noticing. Meng Shan's face revealed a trace of arrogance as he said, It's good that you know. I will let you die without any pain. You can go in peace. Yixing smiled and said, You think too highly of yourself. My speed isn't slow either. I don't know if your blade can be faster than mine. Meng Shan's eyes narrowed as he shouted, You'll know if you try. As his voice fell, Meng Shan's figure flashed and rushed towards Yixing like a stream of light. Xiao! In an instant, the treasured blade on Meng Shan's back was unsheathed. A resplendent blade light slashed out horizontally and slashed towards Yixing's neck in a flash. It was an extremely fast blade. Among the spectating martial artists, those below the High Lord level felt a chill on their necks. Meng Shan's blade made them feel extremely threatened and overwhelmed with shock. Yixing faced Meng Shan's blade, but his expression didn't change. His expression was as usual. Meng Shan's movement allowed him to see that Meng Shan's wind momentum had already reached the realm of unity of heaven and man. Moreover, his fusion with his blade was also very high, not far from the realm of unity of man and blade. His extremely high attainments in the way of the blade, coupled with his extremely high comprehension of the wind momentum, caused his blade to be much faster than martial artists of the same level. It was extremely difficult to block. However, to Yixing, this speed was nothing. Yixing's comprehension of the wind momentum and unity of heaven and man had reached the level of a low-level king. He was much stronger than Meng Shan. Moreover, Yixing's 9 heavens godly wander technique was extraordinary. His figure moved and dodged the blade. Slash! Meng Shan shouted loudly and continued to slash out. The blade light was like a maggot to the bone as it slashed towards Yixing. Yixing used the 9 heavens godly wander technique and his figure turned into a rapidly moving shadow, dodging the second blade. Third slash, fourth slash, fifth slash. Yixing easily dodged more than 10 blades in a row. Although Meng Shan's blade was fast, it could not even touch the corner of Yixing's clothes. Outside the light barrier, the spectators were shocked. Even many 6-star venerables wouldn't be able to dodge such a fast saber attack. It was understandable that Yixing could dodge 1 or 2 saber attacks. However, he could easily dodge more than 10 saber attacks in a row. Meng Shan's saber couldn't even touch the corner of Yixing's clothes. Wasn't this too abnormal? Meng Shan was the most shocked. Yixing's speed had exceeded his expectations. Apart from supremacy-level experts, he had never encountered an opponent who could dodge his saber technique so easily. After the 12th strike, Meng Shan stopped. A streak of starlight rushed into the sky from the space between his brows. He was using astrology. It was a superior hurricane astrology. The combination of the hurricane astral form and the power of the wind was a result of 1 + 1 greater than 2. This caused the wind yuan qi around Meng Shan to increase greatly. The wind yuan qi revolved around Meng Shan like a hurricane vortex. Meng Shan pointed his saber at Yixing and shouted, "Your speed is indeed very fast, but that's all there is to it. Die." As soon as the word die was spoken, a saber light flashed. As soon as he finished speaking, the saber had already arrived in front of Yixing. Even a supremacy-level expert could only block this saber with their strength. There was no way to dodge it. With the hurricane astral form increasing its speed, the saber's speed had reached a terrifying level. Yixing's heart tightened. This saber did make him feel threatened. He couldn't dodge it in time. The saber in Meng Shan's hand was a mid-grade profound-grade saber. The saber's speed was so fast that it could even split a profound-grade inner armor. If it hit the body that wasn't protected by the inner armor, it would definitely be split into two. Yixing's physical strength was indeed very strong. However, his physical strength alone was not enough to fend off the blow. He would not be able to withstand it. At this critical moment, the astral energy in Yixing's body revolved. The dark pattern glove suddenly emitted a bright light as he punched out. Bang! Under the shocked gazes of all the martial artists, Yixing's punch accurately hit the saber's body, causing a loud explosion. The dark pattern glove was also a mid-grade profound weapon. It contained the astral energy and was invincible. Naturally, it wasn't afraid of colliding with the mid-grade profound-grade saber. However, Meng Shan's saber contained an extremely strong power. Yixing hastily blocked it with a punch. Moreover, he didn't use his astral form. Even though his physical strength was strong, Yixing was still at a disadvantage in this collision. Whoosh! Yixing retreated quickly and instantly retreated 100 meters away. There were benefits to having a strong physical body. If an ordinary honorable martial artist were to receive such a blow, the vibrating energy would impact their body and they would definitely feel uncomfortable or even injured. However, Yixing's face wasn't red and he wasn't out of breath. How? How is this possible? Meng Shan's saber is so fast. Yixing hastily punched out. How could he hit the saber's body? This is unbelievable. Could it be that the speed of Yixing's punch is faster than Meng Shan's saber? He doesn't have the wind attribute astral form. How could he be faster than Meng Shan? The martial artists who were watching the battle were all shocked. They couldn't understand how Yixing's fist technique could be so fast. It was even faster than Meng Shan's. Even some of the honorable martial artists couldn't see it. It was hard for them to understand. However, the kings from both sides were all very knowledgeable. They could see the mystery behind Yixing's punch. One with the weapon master. He has already cultivated a low-grade profound level fist technique to the perfection stage and become a weapon master. Since ancient times, weapon masters below the king realm are extremely rare. It's hard to find one in 1,000 years. Even if there is someone below the king realm who can become a weapon master, they are still honorable martial artists. Yixing is only a 3-star honorable. How could he be a weapon master? Although the kings from both sides could see the mystery, they still sucked in a breath of cold air. They were all shocked and shocked. This is impossible. This saber was blocked by Yixing. This was beyond Meng Shan's expectations. He shouted, "How could your fist technique block this saber? This is impossible." Whoosh! A beam of starlight shot into the sky and turned into an extremely high-grade flame astral form. Yixing had a faint smile on his face. He said, "You haven't even reached one with the saber. How could you understand the mystery behind one with the weapon? Take my fist." One with the weapon. Meng Shan's eyes widened, revealing a look of horror. After he became a 6-star honorable, his cultivation progress was almost zero. He had been bitterly cultivating the saber Dao for decades. His goal was to reach one with the weapon. Although he didn't understand the subtleties of one with the weapon, he knew that one with the weapon was very powerful and terrifying. At this moment, Meng Shan didn't have time to sigh. As soon as Yixing finished speaking, he threw out a punch. It was as fast as lightning. Yixing's punch seemed ordinary. It didn't have any moves or styles. However, in Meng Shan's eyes, it was incomparably mysterious. It seemed that no matter how he dodged or blocked, he couldn't block this punch. Every move made by a weapon master was impeccable, unpredictable and unfathomable. Chapter 654. Kill. Facing Yixing's punch, Meng Shan could not avoid it. He could only use all his strength to defend. Saber light flashed, and Meng Shan blocked Yixing's punch by a hair's breadth. Second punch. Yixing shouted. The dark pattern glove clashed with the opponent's mid-grade profound grade treasure saber, and then he threw out another punch. This punch was untraceable. It passed through the defense of Meng Shan's treasure saber and went straight for the latter's face. Suddenly, a huge fist came flying towards Meng Shan, causing him to be shocked. The angle and change of Yixing's fist had caught Meng Shan off guard. In his haste, he had no time to react. Meng Shan was very decisive. He instantly abandoned his saber and used his palm as a saber. While his body retreated, his two palms cut out horizontally. If Meng Shan retreated directly, his speed would not be faster than Yixing's punch, and he would be hit squarely. However, his retreating body still bought him some time. At this time, he attacked with two saber palms and successfully blocked Yixing's second punch. However, Meng Shan's palms collided with Yixing's dark pattern glove. Even though Meng Shan's astral energy was dense and his palms could break steel, he was still injured when he collided with the dark pattern glove. Crack, the sound of bones cracking came from his palms. The skin and flesh on the dark pattern glove cracked and blood gushed out. Third punch. Yixing's voice sounded like a soul-destroying curse as he threw out another punch. This punch did not have any changes. It was upright and straightforward as it blasted forward. However, this punch contained an astonishing power and invincible strength. Meng Shan's palms were injured, and his body was retreating. How could he resist Yixing's third punch? He was blasted in the face. The power of this punch was astonishing. Meng Shan's face was directly dented by this punch. His body was like a stream of light as he was blasted backward. He flew for 1,000 meters before he fell to the ground in an arc. Just like Meng Ying, he did not move after he fell to the ground. He had already lost his life in the process of being blasted away. In the second battle, Yixing won again, and another 6-star venerable of the Meng clan died. Yixing's physical strength alone was enough to contend against a 6-star venerable. Adding on the fact that he could manipulate the astral energies, as a fist master, his strength was unrivaled among 6-star venerables. Even in a head-on battle, Yixing was not afraid of a top-notch 6-star venerable. Moreover, Yixing had almost no weaknesses. He could discover the hidden Meng Ying, and his speed was even faster than Meng Shan's. Meng Ying and Meng Shan were frightening, but both of them were unconventional. Once they lost their strengths, they were actually the most ordinary 6-star venerables. Therefore, when Meng Ying's concealment technique was countered and Meng Shan's speed was countered, they were unable to withstand a single blow from Yixing. It wasn't until now that the warriors who didn't think highly of Yixing at the beginning began to pay attention to Yixing. They finally understood that Yixing's challenge wasn't a suicidal attack, but that Yixing truly had the strength to do so. Ha ha ha. Meng Tai, I said the second one would die, but you didn't believe me. How about now? The Black Biao King laughed. He was in a very good mood. Although he was the one who had the most confidence in Yixing, he didn't expect that Yixing was actually a fist master. The Black Biao King shouted, Meng Tai, don't send out such repulsive people. Are the experts of your Meng clan unwilling to make a move? Quickly send out the third one to die. Meng Ying and Meng Shan were very powerful in the eyes of ordinary warriors. Few people of the same level could match them. However, in the eyes of the Black Biao King, they were repulsive because their true strength wasn't strong. They were only outstanding in one aspect, which was why they were terrifying. Once their outstanding aspect was countered, their strength was very ordinary. As the great Meng clan's royal family, the Meng clan had countless powerhouses. Of course, it was impossible for them to only have these unconventional warriors. Those powerhouses who were strong in all aspects were not in the minority. The Supreme King Meng Tai's face was incomparably gloomy. Although Meng Ying and Meng Shan's true strength wasn't strong, they weren't easy to deal with either. Warriors of the same level were abnormally afraid of them. In the end, they were called repulsive by the Black Biao King, as if the Supreme King Meng Tai was deliberately sending them to their deaths. The Supreme King Meng Tai coldly snorted and said, "Since you want him to die quickly, then this king will fulfill your wish." The third battle, Meng Qianqiu, you go. Yes, Supreme King. A black-robed old man walked out from the tower. His voice was very old. Yi Xing's gaze suddenly focused. Meng Qianqiu was one of the two strongest six-star venerables of the Meng clan in the information the Black Biao King gave him. This was an old monster who had lived for over 200 years. When he was 100 years old, Meng Qianqiu was already invincible among six-star venerables. He didn't rely on a certain aspect to sweep through those of the same level, but his true strength. Defense, attack power, speed, martial arts attainments, battle techniques, all of them were outstanding. Compared to six-star venerables, there was almost no weakness. In a head-on battle, although Meng Shan could defeat many six-star venerables with his swift saber, even if several Meng Shans joined forces, they still wouldn't be a match for Meng Qianqiu. In front of Meng Qianqiu, Meng Shan's swift saber was useless. Meng Qianqiu, on the other hand, could easily suppress Meng Shan with his powerful strength. In the Black Biao King's estimation, Meng Qianqiu should be the final character. Even if he wasn't the final character, he would only appear in the 8th or 9th battle. At that time, Yi Xing would have fought 7 or 8 battles in a row, and his stamina would be somewhat exhausted. When Meng Qianqiu made his move, the chances of killing Yi Xing would be higher. Right now, it was only the 3rd battle, and Supreme King Meng Tai had already sent out Meng Qianqiu. Clearly, he had seen Yi Xing's strength, and knew that ordinary six-star venerables couldn't contend against him at all. Sending him out would be suicide. Therefore, he sent Meng Qianqiu ahead of time to end Yi Xing's life. Some of the younger martial artists didn't know much about Meng Qianqiu. However, most of the astral-reaching venerables had heard of Meng Qianqiu's fame. Even though Yi Xing had killed Meng Ying and Meng Shan, his current opponent was Meng Qianqiu. Those who knew of Meng Qianqiu's fame didn't think that Yi Xing could win this battle. Even if they didn't know of Meng Qianqiu's fame, just by looking at the reaction of some martial artists, they knew that this black-robed old man's strength must be extremely frightening. This should be an intense battle. After the Black Biao King carefully inspected Meng Qianqiu entered the battlefield. Yi Xing's eyes locked onto Meng Qianqiu. This black-robed old man had a head full of white hair and beard, and his face was full of wrinkles. It could be seen that he was indeed very old, and was nearing the end of his lifespan. However, Yi Xing could feel a sense of threat from this old man who looked like he had one foot in the grave. This was something he couldn't sense from Meng Ying and Meng Shan. It could be seen that Meng Qianqiu was much stronger than the two of them. While Yi Xing was sizing up Meng Qianqiu was also sizing up Yi Xing. Chapter 655. Meng Qianqiu said slowly, "You're so young, yet you possess such a cultivation base and strength. You're indeed a genius of your generation, a monstrous genius of the ages. You're definitely a threat to my great Yuan dynasty. I don't have much time left. If I can kill such a monstrous genius and contribute to my great Yuan dynasty, I'll have no regrets in this life." Although Yi Xing was vigilant, his expression remained indifferent as he said, "Many people have threatened to kill me, but in the end, I'm still standing here, whereas those who threatened to kill me have already died. Old man, I see that you're on the verge of death and probably won't be able to live for long. Why don't I send you on your way and let you be on your way? Hee hee. Meng Qianqiu sneered. His gaze was as sharp as a blade as it landed on Yixing's body. He said in a sinister voice, "This old one has been away from the world for a long time. Ignorant juniors have all forgotten this old one's reputation. Although this old one has one foot in the grave, my cultivation is still there. Until the day I die, no one below the High Lord is worthy of my attention. That includes you, Yixing." Meng Qianqiu seemed to be a little agitated. He coughed a few times and looked even older. He was like a candle in the wind, about to be extinguished at any time. However, none of the spectators really thought of Meng Qianqiu as an old man. Instead, they were full of fear for this old man. He had cultivated for more than 200 years. His cultivation was profound. Even if he had not become a great master, he was far stronger than other 6-star venerables. Although Meng Qianqiu had restrained his aura, the spectators could still feel how powerful and terrifying the aura in his body was. Yixing was afraid of Meng Qianqiu because he did not plan to use his dragonification trump card. If Yixing used all his trump cards, even a 7-star venerable master would not be worthy of his attention. How could Meng Qianqiu be his opponent? Unexpectedly, Meng Qianqiu looked down on him. Yixing also laughed and said coldly, "Meng Qianqiu, your reputation is indeed great, but in front of me, Yixing, it is not enough." As soon as the words left his mouth, Yixing used his extreme grade fire constellation and punched towards Meng Qianqiu. As a fist master, Yixing's casual punch contained the power of the great Tao of martial arts. It was as powerful as a transcendent state low-class martial arts. Meng Qianqiu's eyes narrowed. The reason he didn't think much of Yixing was because Yixing was only a 3-star venerate. However, he was still afraid of Yixing's fist technique. After all, although he had cultivated for more than 200 years, he had not reached the state of one with the weapon. He was not a weapon master. Whoosh! A beam of starlight soared into the sky. Meng Qianqiu had also used his astrology. It was a high-grade water attribute astrology. Oceanic Soaring Dragon Fist. Meng Qianqiu uttered a roar as he unleashed the force of water, triggering the surging water origin qi. Together with the water-type astral force, his aura was boosted to its limit. Boom! Meng Qianqiu's reaction was extremely fast. He punched out, and the fist aura was like a flood dragon rushing out of the sea. It instantly collided with Yixing's fist. Fist against fist, it was a violent collision. Both of their fist techniques were shockingly powerful. When they collided, the airflow exploded. Following that, a terrifying astral shockwave spread out 1,000 meters. Wherever the astral shockwave passed, a layer of the ground would be shaved off. In an instant, dust flew everywhere, and rocks flew into the sky. Meng Qianqiu was indeed much stronger than Meng Shan. Yixing's fist was at the peak of perfection. If it was Meng Shan, he would definitely not be able to block it. However, Meng Qianqiu's fist landed squarely on him. Such an intense collision was a competition of strength between the two, to see who was stronger and who was weaker. Yixing felt a terrifying power rushing towards him. His body was pushed back uncontrollably. Although Meng Qianqiu was old, the power contained in his body was too terrifying. His astral energy was extremely dense. When the two of them collided, Meng Qianqiu had the upper hand. After Meng Qianqiu gained the upper hand with his first fist, he immediately sent out a second fist. The Azure Sea Soaring Dragon Fist was a mid-grade profound martial realm martial art. He had been practicing it for more than 200 years and was only a step away from major completion. In terms of pure martial art power, it was not much weaker than a low-grade profound martial realm martial art. However, Meng Qianqiu's astral energy was dense and his cultivation was 3 levels higher than Yixing's. Naturally, his fist force was stronger than Yixing's. If it wasn't for Yixing's strong physique, which was also at the level of a 6-star venerable, Yixing would have been at a disadvantage in the first fist collision. He would have been sent flying. Soaring dragon controlling water. Meng Qianqiu took a big step forward after gaining momentum with his first punch. He immediately executed his second punch, attacking Yi Xing. Knowing that his opponent's fist force was strong, Yi Xing naturally avoided a direct collision with Meng Qianqiu. He changed his fist technique, changing from hard to soft, erratic. The sudden change in Yi Xing's fist force was out of Meng Qianqiu's expectation. The second fist was neutralized by Yi Xing. Let's see how many of my moves you can block. Meng Qianqiu shouted and continued to send out the Azure Sea Soaring Dragon Fist. Each fist was faster than the previous one, stronger than the previous one. His fist force accumulated stronger and stronger, emitting a heaven-shaking pressure, ruthlessly pressuring Yi Xing. Chapter 656. Ding! The tip of the blazing profound spear struck Meng Qianqiu's mid-grade profound weapon glove, causing sparks to fly. A huge force was transmitted from the glove, causing Meng Qianqiu's figure to explosively retreat, instantly retreating a few hundred meters. Yi Xing's retreating speed also increased explosively due to the rebounding force. In the blink of an eye, the two stabilized their bodies. They were already 1,000 meters apart, standing in the air, facing each other from afar. Yi Xing pointed the blazing profound spear at Meng Qianqiu from afar, a faint smile hanging on his lips as he said, "Old man, your reaction speed is also extraordinary. You actually managed to block that spear strike just now. Consider yourself lucky." Meng Qianqiu's eyes revealed a look of shock as he said, "Your spear arts are actually not inferior to your fist arts. How is this possible?" Yi Xing's fist arts had already reached the state of one with the weapon. He was a master of fist arts. If his spear arts were not inferior to his fist arts, wouldn't he also be a master of spear arts? Not only is he a master of fist arts, he is also a master of spear arts. This is simply a miracle that has been created since ancient times. Even a king couldn't help but exclaim out loud, his voice shaking. Weapon master was a general term for all martial artists who had achieved one with the weapon. Usually, a weapon master was only one type of weapon, one with the weapon. Yi Xing was only a 3-star honorable. To be able to achieve one with the weapon and become a master of fist arts was already unheard of by the experts of the Star Continent. Moreover, he was also a master of spear arts. This was naturally a miracle that had been created since ancient times, and could be said to be unprecedented. The spectating martial artists all sucked in a breath of cold air when they heard this. They looked at Yi Xing with their mouths agape. Such a young age, such a cultivation, and he was actually a master of 2 weapons. This was too shocking. However, after the shock in the hearts of the kings, they didn't agree with Yi Xing's ability to achieve one with the weapon. The fact that Yi Xing was able to use both weapons as one only proved how monstrous his martial arts talent was. However, in the eyes of the king tiers, there was no need for Yi Xing to become a master of spear arts if he was already a master of fist arts. On the road of martial arts, quality is more important than quantity. No matter what type of weapon a grandmaster is, as long as they firmly walk down this road of martial arts, then they will have the hope of comprehending a martial intent. If 2 weapons become one, then they will be affected by each other, and the difficulty of comprehending a martial intent will be greatly increased. Yi Xing is only a 3-star venerable, and yet he is able to become a dual-weapon grandmaster. If he were to concentrate on comprehending a single martial arts path, then it's likely that he would have comprehended a martial intent before he reached the king realm. But, he cultivates 2 martial arts. Although his fist and spear techniques complement each other in battle, in terms of comprehending martial arts, they both drag each other down. Wanting to comprehend a martial intent is extremely difficult. Many thoughts flashed through the minds of the kings. The king tiers of the Dark Star religion felt pity for Yi Xing, while the king tiers of the Great Yuan dynasty rejoiced in his misfortune. If they knew that Yi Xing was not only a master of fist arts, master of spear arts, but also a master of archery, who knew what they would think? Yi Xing naturally did not know what the kings were thinking. When he cultivated martial arts, he had only received guidance from Zi Shanho in the early stages. After that, he cultivated by himself according to martial arts manuals, and the super brain was his best teacher. With the help of the super brain, it was easy for him to cultivate any martial arts. He did not find it difficult to cultivate archery, spear, fist, and physical strength at the same time, so he had been cultivating all this time. With the ardent flame profound spear in hand, Yixing was full of confidence. His heroic spirit rose as he said, "My spear arts surpass my fist arts. Old man, you can die under my spear arts." Although Meng Qianqiu was only a 6-star venerable, he was born in the great Meng royal family and had very high standards. After the initial shock, Meng Qianqiu regained his composure and sneered, "What's the difference between a master of fist arts and a master of spear arts? You think that by cultivating 2 martial arts, you can double your strength? Heh heh. Wishful thinking. That thought just now was merely out of this old man's expectations and caught me off guard. Now that this old man knows your background, do you think you still have a way out? Is that so? Then have a taste of my spear arts." Yixing shouted, and became one with his spear. He turned into a stream of light and rushed forward. In an instant, the tip of the spear was already in front of Meng Qianqiu. Bang! Meng Qianqiu was already prepared. He raised his hand and punched. The fist energy was very strong and forced the ardent flame profound spear back. Meng Qianqiu laughed. "I said, there is no difference between a master of spear arts and a master of fist arts. Your cultivation limits your strength. In front of me, you will die without a doubt." Wu Shixing's aura suddenly exploded. Flames surged out of his body, especially the ardent flame profound spear, which burned brightly. "Take this spear of mine before you talk big." Yixing shouted and displayed the most tyrannical and violent spear arts of the 3 moves he comprehended from the black tortoise jade wall. Tyrannical flame spear. This spear stab was like a flaming planet smashing over. There was a long fiery tail behind it. Its power was so strong that it shook the heavens and earth. Flame star force, fire power, fire origin chi, fire astral energy. All these powers fused together. How terrifying was the power! Together with Yixing's terrifying physical strength, it increased the power of this spear attack. The entire space within the array light barrier suddenly increased in temperature. Meng Qianqiu's expression was shocked as he immediately felt a huge threat. Azure Sea Dragon Tide. Meng Qianqiu roared and displayed the strongest move of the Azure Sea Soaring Dragon Fist. He could feel that Yixing's spear attack was extremely powerful. Therefore, he also displayed his strongest attack. The moment the punch was unleashed, the sea roared furiously, and the sound of crashing waves could be heard. Dragon-shaped energy fists shot up into the sky and collided with Yixing's spear of tyrannical fire. Boom 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 in the blink of an eye, there were continuous explosions. The tyrannical flame spear's power was too tyrannical and violent. When the dragon-shaped fist auras collided, they collapsed layer by layer. In the blink of an eye, they all turned into flowing stars. As for the ardent flame profound spear, it was still burning with flames. It contained a terrifying power and collided with Meng Qianqiu's fist. Meng Qianqiu suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was suddenly pushed back a few hundred meters. His gasps could be heard. The spectating warriors could not believe that Yixing actually sent Meng Qianqiu flying in a head-on collision. Meng Qianqiu's fist aura was also very terrifying. Even though the tyrannical flame spear had dispersed all the fist auras, there was still a strong fist aura that came from the ardent flame profound spear. It caused Yixing's attack to be stopped and he was pushed back a dozen steps. Yixing quickly stabilized his body. Taking advantage of the fact that Meng Qianqiu was still pushed back by the spear aura, he displayed an extremely fast spear attack and attacked again. Sharp wind spear. The speed of this spear was too fast. When Yixing stabbed out, he was a few hundred meters away from Meng Qianqiu. In the blink of an eye, the spear tip had already pierced Meng Qianqiu's throat. This was an extremely fast attack that did not give Meng Qianqiu any time to react. Chapter 657. Yixing's spear thrust out at the perfect time. Meng Qianqiu's reaction was the slowest as he was pushed back. Facing Yixing's sharp wind spear, he could neither dodge nor block it. Just as the ardent flame profound spear was about to pierce Meng Qianqiu, a terrifying energy suddenly burst out from Meng Qianqiu's body. Boom! A powerful energy burst out, stopping Yixing's spear momentum. Meng Qianqiu's energy burst out as he ignited his astral stars, causing his strength to multiply. Igniting the astral stars was extremely harmful to the body as it directly affected a martial artist's life source, greatly reducing their lifespan. The lifespan of a supremacy was 300 years. However, it was extremely rare for a supremacy to live to the end of their lifespan. A supremacy would live for over 200 years and would experience some danger and injuries. Once they were injured, it would affect their life source. Even if the injuries were treated afterwards, the damage to their life source would be irreversible. Hence, depending on the damage to their life source, most supremacies could only live for around 270 years. Those with lesser damage to their life source could live up to 280 years. Those with greater damage to their life source could only live up to 260 years. In fact, it was even possible for venerable ones who were severely injured to the point that their life source was severely damaged to the point that they could only live for a little more than 200 years before dying of old age. Meng Qianqiu had already lived for more than 260 years. He did not have much lifespan left, only about a dozen years or so. Compared to a venerable one who was in his prime, a dozen years or so of lifespan was nothing. This was a battle of life and death. The outcome would be either you die or I die. Hence, when Meng Qianqiu was in danger, he did not hesitate to ignite his astral stars. He gave up the remaining dozen years of his lifespan and risked his life to kill Yixing. Meng Qianqiu's strength had already exceeded the limit of a 6-star supremacy. Now that he ignited his astral stars, his strength multiplied and became even more terrifying. The energy that burst out blocked the ardent flame profound spear, allowing Meng Qianqiu to punch out and hit the ardent flame profound spear. Yixing immediately felt a terrifying energy rush towards him. His body was instantly sent flying as he retreated backwards. Meng Qianqiu's face is pale, making him look even older. However, his expression is very crazy, his face is filled with a sinister smile. Seizing the opportunity when Yixing retreated explosively, Meng Qianqiu's figure was like a bolt of lightning as he pursued closely and blasted out another punch. The power of the fist was shocking. It contained a terrifying power that was enough to destroy mountains. If this punch landed, even if Yixing's body was strong and he had the protection of the profound grade inner armor, he would still be severely injured. Die of old age. Meng Qianqiu roared. Even if he were to die of old age tomorrow, as long as he could kill Yixing and remove a huge threat for the great Meng imperial family, he would die without regrets. All the spectating martial artists held their breaths. Meng Qianqiu's punch was too fast. Yixing had no way of dodging and could only rely on his strength to resist. In the face of such a terrifying punch, the possibility of Yixing blocking it was minuscule. And the result of not being able to block it was clear to everyone, that was death. Facing Meng Qianqiu's terrifying punch, Yixing's heart tightened. He knew very well that even if he used the tyrannical flame spear, he would not be able to block the power of this punch. In an instant, Yixing had a countermeasure in his heart. He activated the dark force and in an instant, the profound blazing flame spear was condensed by the dark yuan qi and turned into a pitch-black spear. Even in the face of such a terrifying attack, Yixing did not transform into his dragon form. Instead, he used the 1000 transformation spear. The profound blazing flame spear swung out and formed a pitch-black vortex that enveloped Meng Qianqiu's punch. At the same time, Yixing also used the wind force and activated the 9 heavens astral travel technique to the limit. The wind yuan qi gathered around his body and he rapidly retreated. The power of this punch was too terrifying. Even the 1,000 transformation spear could not dissolve that terrifying punch. The dark vortex collapsed layer by layer. However, the effect of this move was obvious. It slowed down the pressure of the punch. In addition, Yixing's rapid retreat gave Yixing more space to block. 1,000 transformation spear. 1,000 transformation spear. Yixing continuously used this move. The profound blazing flame spear swung out continuously, forming one dark vortex after another. As one dark whirlpool collapsed, another dark whirlpool appeared, gradually dissolving the opponent's fist force. In the blink of an eye, Meng Qianqiu's terrifying punch had completely disappeared. The spectating cultivators widened their eyes. They did not expect Yixing to actually block Meng Qianqiu's attack. When Meng Qianqiu ignited his astral energy, the sudden eruption of power was terrifying. Even a 7-star venerable lord would choose to avoid it. However, Yixing had withstood it head-on. This puzzled all the martial artists present and shocked them. Tyrannical flame spear, sharp wind spear, 1,000 transformation spear. Yixing had comprehended 3 spear techniques from the black tortoise jade wall. They had different characteristics but each had their own uses. For example, when Yixing faced his opponent's explosive power and used his strongest move, he could use 1,000 transformation spear to dissolve it. The effect was very good. Meng Qianqiu's punch missed. One could imagine the shock in his heart. That punch just now had consumed too much of his strength. He could not continuously punch out and continue to suppress Yixing. However, Yixing took advantage of the instant when Meng Qianqiu's punch had exhausted its strength and did not have time to gather new strength. He stabbed out with his spear and counterattacked. Sharp wind spear. This was an extremely fast spear. With a flash of light, the spear tip stabbed towards Meng Qianqiu's throat. Meng Qianqiu was currently igniting his astral energy and his strength was terrifying. If Yixing used tyrannical flame spear, although it was stronger, its speed would be slower. As long as Meng Qianqiu could catch his breath, he could easily block the tyrannical flame spear and counterattack Yixing. However, Yixing's sharp wind spear was too fast. It was so fast that before Meng Qianqiu could catch his breath, the spear tip was already in front of his throat. Meng Qianqiu's current strength was much stronger than normal. However, his reaction speed did not increase. Instead, because the strength in his body exceeded his body's limit, his reaction speed became slower. Therefore, Yixing's sharp wind spear was too fast for Meng Qianqiu to react. With a flash of cold light, the spear tip pierced a large hole in Meng Qianqiu's throat. The profound blaze spear was immediately retracted. Yixing's figure rapidly retreated like a flash of light. Meng Qianqiu, who was stabbed in the throat, completely exploded the strength in his body. Since he was stabbed in the throat, he would definitely die in such a state. Therefore, Meng Qianqiu only had one thought, and that was to drag Yixing down with him. Unfortunately, Yixing's spear came quickly and retreated quickly. Meng Qianqiu's violent attack did not manage to hit Yixing's body. Fresh blood surged out from Meng Qianqiu's throat. The violent strength of the ignited astral energy in his body suddenly found an outlet and rushed towards his throat. Meng Qianqiu could not suppress it even if he wanted to. In just a few breaths of time, Meng Qianqiu's throat spewed out flames. The flames instantly spread throughout his body, turning him into a flaming man. Chapter 658. The power of the astral star turned into flames. Meng Qianqiu was burned to ashes from the inside out. The third battle ended with Meng Qianqiu's death and Yixing's victory. The spectating cultivators looked at Yixing's figure standing in the air with shock in their eyes. Before the battle, most of the spectators thought that Yixing's challenge was suicidal. But now, no one doubted Yixing's strength. Even Meng Qianqiu had died at Yixing's hands. Moreover, he was killed by Yixing when he was burning his astral star. How many mid-level supremacies of the great Meng royal family could contend against Yixing? Even Meng Zhongshan, who was as famous as Meng Qianqiu, would most likely lose to Yixing. From Meng Qianqiu's death, it could be seen that Yixing had an 80 to 90% chance of winning this life and death battle. The great Meng royal family's only chance of winning was if Yixing exhausted too much of his energy and became weak. However, Yixing did not show any signs of exhaustion. Who could be sure that Yixing's energy could not last 10 battles? Yixing's victory was in his hands. The experts of the Dark Star sect were all very happy. The Black Biao King was also completely relieved. As for the great Yuan dynasty's cultivators, they were all frowning with gloomy expressions. Especially the Meng family's king, they were even more depressed. The honorables from all the empires and forces in the Star Continent had come to watch the life and death gambling duel. Under the watchful eyes of so many people, if the 10 middle-level honorables of the damning royal family were all killed by Yixing, it would be a complete loss of face and a great loss of prestige. The great Meng royal family could not afford to lose face like this. A Meng family's king said angrily, "This kid's strength has actually reached such a level. Even Meng Qianqiu is no match for him. Then, do we still have to continue the following battles?" What he meant was that they might as well not fight the remaining 7 battles. Although losing 3 battles was embarrassing, it was still different from losing 10 battles in a row. We can't let the Dark Star sect increase their prestige. In my opinion, we should lock down the formation and trap Yixing inside. If the Dark Star sect comes to rescue him, we can take the opportunity to destroy them. Another Meng family's king said, his eyes revealed a strong fighting spirit. The great Yuan dynasty, in name, had unified the Star Continent, but in reality, it was not. Because of the existence of the Dark Star sect. To the other cultivators of the great Yuan dynasty, the Dark Star sect was powerful. If they could avoid fighting with them, they would avoid fighting with them. However, to the great Meng imperial family, the Dark Star sect was a thorn in their side. If they had the chance to get rid of them, they would naturally have some ideas. Of course, the Dark Star sect's strength was not something the great Yuan dynasty could easily destroy. This king's suggestion did not receive any response from the other kings. On the other side, the Black Biao King's complacent laughter rang out, "Meng Tai, even Meng Qianqiu is not Yixing's opponent. Your Meng family will definitely lose this life and death gambling match. Since we agreed on 10 battles, for the next 7 battles, either you admit defeat to Yixing now, or continue sending people to their deaths." The Supreme King Meng Tai immediately responded, "The 4th battle, Meng Qing." Asking the Supreme King Meng Tai to admit defeat to Yixing? That was impossible. Even if he sent another 7 6-star venerables to their deaths, the Supreme King Meng Tai would not admit defeat to Yixing. "Yes, Supreme King." A middle-aged man around 40 years old walked out of the tower. Meng Qing's strength was first-rate among 6-star venerables. However, compared to Meng Qianqiu, there was still a big gap. Asking him to fight Yixing was obviously a death match. However, Meng Qing had no other choice. If he dared to disobey the Supreme King Meng Tai's order, he would immediately be smashed into meat paste. Even if he died in the battle with Yixing, he would be sacrificing his life for the great Meng royal family. After being checked by the Black Tiger King, Meng Qing entered the battlefield. The battle was as expected. Meng Qing's strength was not small compared to Yixing's. He was not a match for Yixing. At the beginning of the battle, he was in danger under Yixing's spear. After exchanging a few blows, Meng Qing's aura suddenly erupted. His strength increased explosively. Like Meng Qianqiu, he ignited his astral energy. This was a battle of life and death. The result was only death. Since he was going to die, even if Meng Qing was in his prime and still had 100 years of lifespan, he would give up on it. Even if he had to risk his life, he would drag Yixing down with him. However, Meng Qianqiu ignited his astral energy and failed to drag Yixing down with him. Naturally, Meng Qing would not be able to fulfill his wish. Meng Qing's outcome was the same as Meng Qianqiu's. His throat was pierced by Yixing's spear. The astral energy in his body found a vent and surged out. It turned into raging flames and burned Meng Qing to ashes. In the fourth battle, Meng Qing died. Yi Xing continued to win. The spectating cultivators sighed with emotion. In the beginning, they thought that Yi Xing was a suicidal challenge. Now, it was the great Meng royal family's suicidal challenge. Meng Qianqiu and Meng Qing ignited their astral energy and fought to the death. If this was not a suicidal challenge, then what was? After Meng Qing's victory, Yi Xing won the 5th, 6th, and 7th battles. In these 3 battles, the 6-star venerables sent by the Supreme King varied in strength when compared to Meng Qing. However, they were not much weaker. They were not as strong as Meng Qianqiu. Although they ignited their astral energy and fought to the death with Yi Xing, none of them succeeded. Their throats were all pierced by Yi Xing and burned to ashes. One after another, suicidal battles took place. 6-star venerables were incinerated into ashes one after another. At first, the spectating martial artists were shocked, but later, they became numb to the spectacle. After a few consecutive battles, the spectating cultivators understood that the Supreme King Meng Tai was not purely sending these people to their deaths. Instead, he wanted to exhaust Yi Xing's energy as much as possible and weaken Yi Xing's condition. Then, in the last battle, the great Meng royal family still had a 6-star venerable, Meng Zhongshan, who was no weaker than Meng Qianqiu. At that time, if Yi Xing's condition was not good and he could not use his full strength, then the great Meng royal family still had hope of winning. After the 7th battle ended, all the spectating cultivators looked towards the great Yuan dynasty's tower. They knew that the Supreme King Meng Tai would not give Yi Xing any time to rest. He would immediately send out the 8th battle. As expected, the Supreme King Meng Tai's voice immediately sounded from the top of the tower, the 8th battle, Meng Zhongshan. When the Supreme King Meng Tai's voice fell into the spectating cultivators' ears, they were all stunned. What was going on? Shouldn't Meng Zhongshan be the finale and be sent out for the 10th battle? Although Yi Xing had fought 7 battles in a row, he did not show any obvious signs of fatigue. If Yi Xing fought 9 battles in a row before sending Meng Zhongshan out, wouldn't the chances of victory be higher? But now, it was only the 8th battle, and the Supreme King Meng Tai had sent Meng Zhongshan out. This caused the spectating cultivators to feel puzzled and unable to understand. If Meng Zhongshan lost the 8th battle, then who in the great Meng royal family would be able to turn the tide in the 9th and 10th battles? Chapter 659. Black Biao King was shocked to see Meng Tai send out Meng Zhongshan for the 8th round. Black Biao King did not think that Meng Tai would be stupid. Since he arranged Meng Zhongshan for the 8th round, he must have his reasons. If Meng Zhongshan was sent out for the 8th round, it was reasonable. There could only be one reason. That was, Meng Tai could send out stronger mid-level supremacies for the 9th and 10th round. Black Biao King frowned. According to the information collected by the Dark Star sect, Meng Qianqiu and Meng Zhongshan were the 2 strongest mid-level supremacies in the great Meng royal family. If the great Meng royal family had stronger mid-level supremacies than Meng Qianqiu and Meng Zhongshan, it was a serious mistake in the information. At the same time, it also meant that even if Yi Xing defeated Meng Zhongshan, he might not be able to win the life and death gambit. He would have to face stronger opponents later on. If Meng Zhongshan was the strongest opponent, Yi Xing's chances of winning would be as high as 80 to 90%. But now, who dared to say that Yi Xing would win the life and death gambit? The result of the life and death gambit was shrouded in a layer of fog, making it hard for people to see clearly. This made Black Biao King's heart, which had already calmed down, to be in suspense again. How much stronger would the 9th and 10th fighters be compared to Meng Zhongshan? Would they have the strength of a 7-star supremacy? This could only be guessed, everything was unknown. Meng Zhongshan walked out of the tower. He was over 2 meters tall, like an iron tower. The muscles on his body were like dragons, filled with explosive power. His arms were thicker than a normal person's thigh, filled with power. It was hard to imagine how strong his physical body was. Paramount King, Zhongshan swears to complete the mission. Meng Zhongshan bowed slightly in front of Paramount King Meng Tai and said. Paramount King Meng Tai nodded and waved his hand for Meng Zhongshan to go forward. After Black Biao King's inspection, Meng Zhongshan entered the battlefield. Yi Xing's eyes narrowed. This Meng Zhongshan was harder to deal with than Meng Qianqiu. Meng Zhongshan had a famous nickname, Killing Machine. He was a pure fleshly body martial artist. In terms of attack power, he was on par with Meng Qianqiu. But in terms of defense, Meng Qianqiu could not compare. If any 7-star supremacy had to choose between Meng Zhongshan and Meng Zhongqiu, they would not choose Meng Zhongshan. A pure physical martial artist's defense was too strong. Even if they were stronger, it would be difficult to win. The Supreme King Meng Tai had sent out Meng Zhongshan in the 8th battle. Yi Xing knew that there would be even more powerful opponents in the future. It was just that the Dark Star sect's intelligence report didn't mention this opponent. Clearly, it was a hidden force belonging to the great Meng imperial family. He was even stronger than Meng Zhongshan, and his battle prowess was at least comparable to an ordinary 7-star supremacy. That was a truly powerful enemy. Therefore, Yi Xing knew very well what Meng Zhongshan's goal was in sending out the 8th battle. It was to exhaust his energy. Since Meng Qianqiu had died by Yi Xing's hand after burning his astral energy, and Yi Xing was not in a weakened state, the possibility of Meng Zhongshan killing Yi Xing was not high. It was only possible that he wanted to exhaust Yi Xing's energy so that Yi Xing would be in a weakened state. That way, the experts in the future would be able to kill Yi Xing. Kid, you can beat Meng Qianqiu, but you can't do anything to me, Meng Zhongshan. Bring it on. Meng Zhongshan shouted as a layer of golden light appeared on his body, revealing a surging aura. Golden Dipper Battle Chi was Meng Zhongshan's fleshly body cultivation technique. It absorbed the metal-attributed star system to strengthen the body, making it as tough as steel. Circulating the Golden Dipper Battle Chi, Meng Zhongshan's body was as tough as a profound weapon. Facing Meng Zhongshan's provocation, Yi Xing looked at him with a faint smile. He did not intend to take the initiative to attack. Meng Zhongshan's specialty was his strong defense. If he defended with all his strength, Yi Xing would have a hard time even if he used all his strength. Meng Zhongshan's goal was to exhaust Yi Xing's energy. Of course, he wanted to defend with all his strength and let Yi Xing take the initiative to attack. Yi Xing saw through his plan and would not fall for it. In the first 7 battles, other than the first and second battles that were easy to win, the venerables from the Meng clan had burned their astral energy to fight Yi Xing. Yi Xing was more or less exhausted, so he would not take the initiative to attack Meng Zhongshan and waste his energy. Yi Xing looked at Meng Zhongshan from afar. If Meng Zhongshan did not take the initiative to attack, he would not move and take the opportunity to recover his energy. Meng Zhongshan saw that Yi Xing was not moving and shouted angrily, "Kid, you don't dare to fight with me?" Yi Xing smiled faintly and said, "Who says I don't dare? Don't worry, let me rest for a while and then I will take your life." Meng Zhongshan would not give Yi Xing time to rest. If Yi Xing did not take the initiative to attack, he would have to give up on defending and take the initiative to attack Yi Xing. I am known as the killing machine. If you don't take the initiative to attack, I will still crush you. Meng Zhongshan shouted and the golden light on his body shone brightly. He stomped his feet on the ground and the ground cracked. Instantly, a circle of shockwaves spread out in all directions. Whoosh! Meng Zhongshan's body flashed across the void and appeared in front of Yi Xing. He slapped his palm over. The speed of the palm was so fast that Yi Xing did not have time to use the Overlord Flame Spear art. He just casually thrust his spear forward. Bang! Meng Zhongshan's attack power was not inferior to Meng Qianqiu's. When the golden palm slapped on the blazing flame spear, Yi Xing immediately felt a terrifying shock and his body was suddenly sent flying. Die for me! Meng Zhongshan roared and a golden light flashed. His body was like an iron tower as he slammed down with another palm. Yi Xing had seen Meng Zhongshan's speed and was prepared. He used the 9 heavens astral travel technique and retreated quickly. He then used the 1000 transformation spear to dissolve the power of the fist. Overlord Flame Spear. The blazing flame spear instantly turned from black to red flames. Yixing's spear art had changed to perfection. He took advantage of the moment when the opponent's palm was dissolved and immediately launched a violent counterattack. Meng Zhongshan slapped again and the golden palm collided with the blazing flame spear. Boom! The power of the Overlord Flame Spear was terrifying. Coupled with Yixing's physical strength, the spear sent Meng Zhongshan flying. Sharp Wind Spear. Yixing's body did not move forward. The blazing flame spear was condensed by the wind Yuan Qi as he unleashed the fastest spear. The spear tip instantly pierced towards Meng Zhongshan. Meng Qianqiu faced such an attack and his life was in danger. However, Meng Zhongshan's defense was much stronger than Meng Qianqiu's. The golden light on the surface of Meng Zhongshan's body shone brightly and formed a bright golden light layer. The blazing flame spear pierced the golden light layer and gave off a metallic sound. Although the golden light layer was penetrated, the spear force was obviously stopped. At this moment, Meng Zhongshan had already slapped his palm out and sent the blazing flame spear flying. His body was unharmed. Although the spear force pierced Meng Zhongshan's body after the golden light layer was penetrated, it was not considered a wound to his body. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.